The recording will be available at chestermere.ca Seniors Week for viewing at a later date. Good morning to you all and welcome to Day 5 of Seniors Week. My name is Sharon Matthewman and I am the Seniors and Community Development Facilitator for the City of Chestermere. Today's event is the Wellness Fair. Everything from the importance of blood pressure, cycling, crystals, information and resources, and more will be available at your fingertips. Each session is 20 minutes long and interactive. To kick off the event, I would like to introduce our very special guest, Vicki Klinger. Vicki is well known in the Chestermere community, having worked at the CRCA for many years and the planner of the wellness event for Seniors Week. Vicki is amazing and a pillar of strength in our community. And please, would you give a very warm welcome to Vicki. Over to you, Vicki.
Thank you, Sharon. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us today. I have some written notes, so I'll kind of be going over to my written notes and also supplementing that with a little off the cuff. And if anybody knows me very well, I can be a little verbose, so I will really try and rein myself in today. So I am a member currently of the Chestermere Senior Week Committee, and just a very small part. And I've been a part of it since the inception when Holly and Brian Wood first decided to bring this event to Chestermere about 6 years ago. I know that we say, I think this is our 5th annual one, but we did miss last year due to COVID. The event started as part of Alberta Seniors Week. And so we piggybacked onto that, and it's meant to acknowledge the contributions of seniors as the heart of our community. And also it evolved to let seniors know what was available for them in their community. So through lots of events and activities and lots of fun things during the week that are brought to you by a variety of partners in the community, we're able to share some, I think, what'll be very valuable events. It does seem a little bit odd to be doing it online, but I think once people embrace this and understand how to do it and give it a try, I think that they'll really enjoy it. You know, you can learn a lot from the comfort of your own home about your own community. So I currently live in Strathmore. I've been here for 36 years, and it's ironic because I can always remember how long I've been in Strathmore by how old my youngest daughter is, and it's her birthday today, and she's 36 years old. So I've been in Strathmore just over 36 years. And I love this community, but I also worked in Chestermere for 17 years. So understand and feel part of that community as well. So this year we're doing everything virtually, and we're doing it under the leadership of Sharon, and she's introduced herself, so I don't have to say any more about that. But I just wanted to thank Sharon for her passion and leadership, not only in her role as senior, but as a person in the community, and her love of the community and for people always shows, and helped make this week a great success for sure. So I also want to thank everyone on the committee. Lots of brilliant, hardworking contributors as well there. I see Claire there, and she's been a pillar on the committee as well, and lots of others. I know I always say that too, that no, I didn't do much, but I think it does take everyone doing that little bit to pull it all together. And Sharon's, you know, sort of had a few people being the wind beneath her wings, but definitely she's an eagle who soars high. So today I'm going to talk about let's see. So today is the Wellness and Activity and Information Day, and there's going to be 16 presentations every hour and half hour. So that's going to be really wonderful. If you miss any of the presentations, as Sharon said, they will be available on the City of Chestermere website. So if you do miss anything today, it'd be well worth it to check it out. These are a lot of local people who are offering either information or programs or services that, you know, can be utilized by seniors in the community. So important to share that. So to kick off my presentation, again, my name is Vicki, and I was at the Chestermere Rec Center for a long time, and it was always challenging, but one of the ways that I was able to survive was through positive thinking, positive affirmations, and positive imaging. When I was a young teenager, my mom in Kingston, Ontario, where we lived, decided that she was going to sell real estate. So she got very into Dale Carnegie and Norman Vincent Peale. And I think some of you may be old enough to remember those great big tape to tape or reel to reel tape recorders. And my mom had one of those, and she had taped all of these positive thinking and positive imaging books. And so we would have to listen to them every lunch and every supper. And that went on for the most part for at least 1 year, and then spilled over into another 2 years. And I always thought that was pretty stupid, but at the time, but now I'm very thankful that I was given those roots. They've really bode well for me. When you think about positive thinking, there's so many benefits to it. And it's so easy to do, and it can really make a positive difference in your life. So I'm going to read some of my notes just because I want to make sure that I stay on track. So what is positive imaging and thinking? Positive thinking is crucial for our happiness, success, and well-being. When we begin to think positive about our goals and aspirations, we increase the likelihood of achieving and attaining those goals. And it's not just about thinking positive, it's equally important to visualize how you want to accomplish your goals. I'd like to think that just by thinking about it, we can make it happen. It's probably not going to work quite that easily, but it certainly helps your body and your mind to be focused on what's positive and what you want in your life. So as I said, everything that I can do that has a positive affirmation, whether it be a mug, whether it be, I don't know, even on my board, I've got, you got this, Vicki, for this morning. And my aspirations for today were to inform, involve, and inspire. And I wrote those on a piece of paper and taped them up just to put that into my mind so that I could positively work towards that. So I think one concept that I hold dear to my heart is that our subconscious does not accept the negative. So the example there would be if I tell you not to think about a pink elephant. So whatever you do, don't think about that pink elephant. Claire, are you thinking about a pink elephant? I told you not to. So that's just one example of how our mind does not accept that negative word, the not. It generally will only pick up on the positive part. So what we want to do is make sure that we reframe and that our self-talk is always positive, that we reframe it. A good example of that is Mother Teresa. Mother Teresa would never go to an anti-war rally, but she would go to a peace rally. So the difference is framing it positively. I was always concerned that anti-bullying might follow that same train of thought, that maybe instead of being against bullying and always using the word bullying so much, that maybe we need to be for kindness and love and all of those positive attributes that are not, bullying. So just trying to choose your words, trying to choose your thinking, surround yourself with positivity, whatever you can find. And it never has to be expensive. I find at the dollar store, I'm just going to give you a few examples. So I found this at the Dollar Tree for $1.25. Today, I think I think I'll just be happy today. Like, it's such a simple statement, but it can make a difference. When you wake up and you say that to yourself instead of saying, today's going to be an awful day, it's raining, it's horrible. Yeah, just sort of reframing how you're thinking and how you're starting off your day. This was kind of a funny one, and I got it at the Take It or Leave It in Strathmore here at the dump. People can drop stuff off and you can pick it up for free. So I often go down there and I watch. But this one said, "Oh Lord, help my words to be gracious and tender today, for tomorrow I may have to eat them." So that was a little more amusing one, but with the same sentiment to make a difference. Mike, I'm right in the middle of my presentation. Yeah. And another one that I had was, I really appreciate this one. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul. And today I choose to be healthy and happy. So those are the kinds of affirmations. And that one I just pulled off online, and I just printed it off. And I put the sunflower on it. And the sunflower to me is that symbol to be positive and to understand that I am in charge of myself and I can choose what I choose to think about. So we're at quarter after. I've got about 5-10 minutes, so just making sure I'm on time. Another example of positive imaging was Bruce Jenner. And when Bruce was training athletically for the Olympics, he put 10 pictures on his ceiling, and he would see them at night when he went to bed and in the morning. And they were pictures of him winning all 10 of those decathlon, which he ended up doing. So it was another example of how positive image can work. And I think too, if you have heard about cancer patients, and I know that this is not always going to work, but they had children that were imaging Pac-Man type characters eating their cancer cells, and they would image that every day. And they found that in a lot of the studies, a very high percentage of those cancers were reduced or sometimes even eliminated. So there are lots of examples, and I don't know of too many where positive imaging has had a negative effect. So it certainly can't hurt to try. So again, I believe in it. I surround myself with positive images, and I try to inspire friends and family to do the same as well. Even on my business card, I made up a business card, and it says on the business card, "Today I choose to be healthy and happy," because I thought anybody reading my card, they're saying that, but they're saying it to themselves, and that's what's going into their subconscious. So I found that very exciting as well. So if we talked about a dream board is something that you make up. And I had a very interesting week. I actually sort of had a little bit of a mental health issue, probably towards the end of last year, probably COVID. But I just lost my sense of purpose, lost my confidence. So it took me a while to pull out of that, to know that I was going to be okay, and to go back to what I do, to positively image and positively think, and to use my attitude of gratitude, all those kinds of things. But when I had to do this dream board earlier this week, and what I did is I just found a couple of magazines, and I went through and I just cut out lots of words and sayings that I wanted to bring into my life. So things like joy, and I wanted to work hard. I do enjoy my work. I wanted to be passionate, be inspired, be creative. I want to know that I can change my life. I want to sparkle. I love sparkling. And health matters, like I want to be able to take care of myself, my family, my kids, my husband, all of those things. So this really set me on a path forward to have to think about what I really wanted in life, what are my goals, and dream board is part of the way to get there, like to put those images into my mind and say, okay, Vicki, If you want to work, how are you going to get there? I've been taking some courses on prospect, you know, how to do interviews. It's been 20 years since I had to interview, so I needed to figure out how to do that again, all those kinds of things. But I have to believe in my heart that I can do that and know that I can make it happen. I always wish I had a magic wand that whenever anybody has any problems, I can come and fix it, but I can't. And I know that nobody can fix my life with a magic wand either. Pretty much I have to do it for myself. And there's lots of family and friends to support, you know, and it's making those connections. That was really brought forward in that presentation 2 nights ago, which was wonderful, about connecting and how to do that and the importance of it. So all those kinds of things, but they do take physical action on our part. But I really truly believe that we lead with our mind, and that if we believe we can do it, then then you can. And so it's all going to start in here. Think about what you want in your life. And, you know, I think they have to be practical. Obviously, I always wanted to be a ballet dancer, not a belly dancer. Those days are gone, but a ballet dancer, and having that kind of poise. Now, at this point in my life, I'm probably not going to be a ballet dancer. But you know what? I could go on YouTube and I could do some of the fundamentals, and I could learn about core strength. You know, like, there are things that are within our realm to do. So those are the things that I find exciting. So, you know, if you think about too, what are the benefits? Like, there are physical and mental benefits. And again, I'll refer more to notes on this one. Positive thinking can be a source of hope and inspiration. So, for example, during times when you've hit a low, it keeps you from feeling defeated and hopeless. It energizes and inspires you rather than letting you feel hopeless. And once you start visualizing about success and happy times and have a positive outlook about the situation, there's no space left to sob over the spilt milk. It can also boost your self-confidence. And so by visualizing ourselves having and doing the things we need to succeed, we feel more confident in ourselves. And the more confident we feel, the more likely we are to make decisions that need to be taken for us to succeed. It improves our focus. Once you work on thinking about one thing and focusing on it, you'll realize that your brain is generally getting more and more focused due to all the mental exercise that it has been doing. Meditation is always a good way, but positive affirmations, and they're so easy. You know, if you just Google positive affirmations, lots of things will come up. And I'm finding more and more at the dollar stores, there's lots of inspiring things there as well. Even a simple statement. I got a little one that says, "It is what it is." And I know that that became almost our motto at work. Things were challenging the last few years at the rec center in the office. And our pat saying got to be, when we couldn't change the situation or make it better or do anything that was going to help it, it's like, you just have to shrug and say, you know what? It is what it is. And once you become one with the way things are going, and sometimes even to the belief that our life is unfolding the way it's supposed to, and just settle in with that, but expect good things. There was another one, I just put up, always believe something wonderful is going to happen. Always believe that. And that was on my door at my office. So every day when I walked in, it was like, always believe. And to be honest with you, the other girls in the office used to think I was just really lucky. But I think that I brought that luck into my life because I looked for it, I wanted it, and I imaged it happening. And so for the most part, I won't say that everything's always perfect, but I would say my life has been pretty full and pretty good. And I owe a lot of that to being able to positive think, to positive image, to use my positive affirmations, and to use my dream board. Dream boards are doing something a little bit physical, but Oprah will talk about them, Maya Angelou, you know, a lot of people are using dream boards, and it's about manifesting into your life what you can imagine you want in your life. And it's putting it down on paper. We can think it, but by having something visual to look at, it helps that process. Once we decide what we want in our life, and we positively image that and positively affirm that to ourselves, every cell in our body will work towards that goal. And that it's a very exciting prospect for sure. Another really great one that I've always listened to is Dr. Wayne Dyer, and he embraces these principles as well. And the one thing that he said that I always stuck with me, he was in a taxi and the taxi driver was sneezing and he was saying, oh, I'm going to be sick for the next week. This cold is coming. It's going to be terrible. And all Dr. Wayne Dyer could think was, if you change that and say, you know what, I don't have time to be sick. I'm going to be healthy and I'm going to be happy and I don't have time for that. And your body will work towards that as best it can. And again, it's not going to cure everything, but it's certainly worth a try. So anyway, I think my time is up. It's almost 25 after. I'm not sure if anybody has any questions. If you do, let me know and I'll try and answer. Other than that, I think that's probably it. So where's my ending note?
A quick question. Like I always have a quick question, you know that.
Oh, I'm sure you got a sheet of them prepared.
Yeah, yeah. What would you say to somebody right now who's feeling lonely, who's feeling extremely down and finding it hard to pick themselves up?
Yeah, and that's the really hard one. Again, I go back to very unfortunately, a lot of times we have to make the first step. I know that as a friend, I really appreciated what the lady said the other night when she was talking, and it was about how when our bucket is empty and we need to reach out to friends, just to be careful that we're not reaching out to the friend whose bucket is empty too. It's like, yeah, two friends, or no, this guy came along the bridge and the guy was going to jump off the bridge. And so he came along, he says, come on down and we'll talk about it. It can't be that bad. So the guy came down and they talked about it and then they both jumped. So, yeah, so that might sound a little bit negative, but I think the idea when I think about that one is that as a friend, we need to be positive for other people and to know, like I really try and keep tabs on my friends to know who needs that sort of extra support and that connectivity, because when you're down, and I know this happened to me in December when I was down, I was in bed for a week and I didn't want to talk to anybody. I didn't want anybody to know that that I wasn't perfect, or that I was down. And that was probably the worst thing I could have done, because as you withdraw, it gets worse. So just encouraging people to reach out. I did call mental health services. I did have some appointments. That there's no shame in asking for help, and that we all want to be there for our friends. So to be a friend, you have to allow other people to help you as well. Friendships are two-way streets, and it took me a long time to learn that. I always wanted to do everything for everybody else, but I felt bad asking anybody for help. So just encouraging our friends to reach out, even just that quick text that says, hey, how are you today? What's going on? So yeah, Sharon, I think, as much as we would hope that people would reach out, they don't always have that in them. So I think we have to watch out for our friends as well. So I hope that answered the question.
Absolutely did, Vicki. I would like to say thank you for an amazing presentation. Thank you for your inspiration, your strength, and your courage, and talking pretty openly about how you've felt over the last little while as well. I think it means an awful lot to people to hear real life stories and experiences. So thank you so much for sharing. And next thing you know it, we'll all be on our mood boards. So we'll all be creating them. So thank you for your positive notes of inspiration. Okay, folks. So in a few minutes, we will be starting our next presentation, and our next presentation will begin at 9:30 a.m. with digital skills and adult programs with our special guest, Tanya Klappe from Rocky View School's Adult Learning. So please feel free to stay on. Okay, I'm just going to mute for a little while and stop my video. Well, good morning, everybody. Thank you for joining us today. My name is Sharon Matthewman. I am the Seniors and Community Development Facilitator for the City of Chestermere. I just want to let you know that each session of the Wellness Fair today will be recorded. If you're just joining us, thank you very much. If you joined us for the previous session, it was an excellent presentation by Vicki Klinger talking about dream boards. Okay, as I said in the chat box, our next guest is Tanya Klappe, who will be talking about digital skills and adult programs. Tanya is from the Rocky View School's Adult Learning. Good morning, Tanya, and welcome.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me. I'm so excited to be here and share everything about RVS Adult Learning and what we do and the things we can offer. So I'm just going to share my website with you here in a moment, but I'll just start by saying that Rocky View School's Adult Learning is an adult foundational learning organization. So we are known as what it's called a CALP. So that's a Community Adult Learning Program. There's approximately 100 of us operating around the province, and we get funding directly from the Alberta government to support Alberta or foundational learning in Alberta. So what exactly is foundational learning? So that includes things like adult basic literacy, adult basic numeracy, and then we have also adult numeracy as well. And so, or sorry, did I say numeracy twice? Adult digital skills. Sorry, that's the third piece. So digital skills is something that's new to a lot of us, and we might wonder, well, what is included in digital skills? So that's things like being able to use a computer, being able to use your laptop, being able to use your cell phone or your smartphone, being able to access websites. Maybe you want to communicate online through social media. Maybe you want to do some online shopping. There's lots of avenues that we can use our digital skills in. So I'm going to share with you our screen, my website. So this is our adult learning website. And on this website, you can find all kinds of information about what we offer. This tab is about the courses that we offer, the foundational learning courses that we offer. And we'll just click on that and I'll show you. We have different programs running in Airdrie, Chestermere, and Cochrane, and then some rural things that are happening as well. As you can imagine, like we are right now online, our classes this past year all operated through Zoom online, but we really hope to be back in person when we start up with our programs again in September. So we are primarily an adult foundational learning organization. But we do offer some other things as well, some more general interest things. And any of that information can be found on our website. Like we do offer a class on Excel, which isn't really basic digital literacy, but more of an advanced digital literacy course. We do offer some French, English language learning, which is really popular, a few different levels there. We do offer a class called Successful Retirement Strategies, and that's really popular and helpful as well. And also, what was the other one? Spanish and American Sign Language is another general interest class that we offer. And then the last piece of our main programming is a volunteer tutoring program that we offer. And so in that program, anyone, any adult that's a resident of Rocky View County can sign up to work one-on-one with a volunteer tutor to get support in adult basic literacy, adult numeracy, or adult basic digital skills. So if you're someone who is new to the internet and using a computer, that might be something that interests you, and you can work with a volunteer for 1 hour a week, just learning the different ways that you can use the internet or use social media or, access email, those kinds of things. So we're definitely there to help anyone out who might have that interest. But I also want to share with you something else. So as part of our organization, we also offer these ongoing online classes. And this opens up a whole other door to learning and lots of options. So we have these online courses, and they're operated through a third-party organization called Ed2Go, like Education to Go. And they have so many things. So let's think if we were interested in taking a class on gardening, maybe. Let's see. Let's put in our search and see what kind of options they have. So you can see there's a few here. Start your own edible garden, and you can register for that class for $115. This one happens to be instructor led. So you would be in a course online where you would learn about starting your own edible garden. Then we have another one, Start Your Own Edible Garden. This one's a self-paced tutorial. So this one would be more on your own timeline. And then I don't see anything else specific to gardening. Let's go back and see. Is there anything somebody would like to search? They're curious to know if this program offers anything. Just shout it out. I'd be happy to search it.
French.
French, sure. Beginning conversational French, and then the self-paced tutorial, beginning conversational French. So yeah, they have a lot of options here. You can see there's the different categories here. Let's maybe search, we'll search health. Certificate in women's health issues, natural health and healing, certificate in food and nutrition and health, health and well-being bundle. So this would be a grouping of classes you could register for. That's a little bit more money because you're taking more than one program. So there's a multitude of things. You can see that the different length of the classes, how long it takes, and different information. And of course, if you clicked on any of these, it would give you even more information. So if we clicked on certificate in women's health issues, it would give you all the details of the class and what you might expect there, and the different prices for the instructor-led, the different price for the self-paced course. So yeah, does anyone have any questions about this, what I've shown you so far?
I have a question about the certificate.
Okay, yeah.
What does the certificate actually mean? Can you?
Well, they are what we would call non-credited classes. So this isn't what you might expect in a university class, but it is at the same time giving you a certificate, an indication that you achieved, like that you enrolled in this class and have this something you could put on your resume, but it's not something that would lead to credits in an actual university program or academic program. Does that
Okay,
yeah,
that's great. Thank you.
Yeah, so yeah, I think this is really just like a ton of options, really. If you wanted to take something on, what was I going to say? Computers, there are different options there as well. Computer applications. Yeah, let's go back here to our main page. Computer science. So this is, you know, as you can imagine, computers are such a popular learning avenue that there are many things you can take, and some of this is definitely more advanced, but you can do just a multitude of classes on this. So let's actually look up. I'm curious to know if they have anything on social media, or maybe you can take a course on using Facebook. I don't know. So using social media in business, understanding the cloud. So the cloud is if you're not familiar, space that we use where we store files on the internet or store pictures on the internet. So instead of having that filing cabinet with all your files or all your photo albums, you might store your pictures or your information in a digital filing system. So yeah. Introduction to Windows 10. So if that's the computer program that you bought a new computer and it uses Windows 10 as your operating system, you might want to take that course. Yeah, I mean, the options are endless. But again, if this is all, if you're thinking, well, I'm interested in learning, but I don't know if I'm ready to take an online class just yet because I'm a little bit new to the internet, then again, there's that option to start out with a volunteer tutor and get your, learn the basics so that you can feel more comfortable online and you can start to access these other things that might interest you down the road. So, yeah, so I'll just go back to our main page. Is there any questions about this or any questions about anything else we offer?
Tanya,
Mm-hmm.
just wondering, why do you have a charge and what do the fees cover?
So our online courses that happen through this Ed2Go program, so that's again a third-party organization where we're offering their programs through us. So the charge is, of course, to pay for that service. For our courses, so anything you find in the green tab, we get funding from the Alberta government through advanced education to run our programs. And as part of our funding agreement, they do ask that we charge a fee for our classes. However, for anything that is foundational, so our foundational includes basic literacy, basic numeracy, English language learning, or basic digital skills, we can offer financial assistance for any of those classes that do have a fee. However, we also have our more general interest classes that aren't necessarily foundational. And for those, we're not unfortunately able to offer financial assistance. But I will say, like, I mean, our courses are quite reasonable. Like for American Sign Language, it's $175. Our foundational classes are less expensive. So we have basic computers for the workplace. It's only $130. And again, for the foundational, we can offer financial assistance if that's a barrier for someone. Yeah, so successful retirement strategies. If you retire as, or sorry, if you enroll as an individual, it's $70. And as a couple, it's $125. So I think they're pretty reasonable. Our volunteer tutoring program, however, is entirely free. So if you have foundational learning interests, then that might be a really good place to start. Yeah.
Also, Tanya, is Rocky View Adult Education kind of open to suggestions? Like if there's something that we feel is needed in the community, Sharon being the liaison person and the Whitecappers, you know, maybe they could let you know if there's something that they would like to see offered.
Absolutely. And, you know, I was actually hoping to speak on that today too, Vicki, because we would be so happy to offer a basic computer class for seniors, even in Chestermere, and make that, you know, available out there if there was some interest. We'd be so happy to do that. I would ideally like to do that in person, but that's not to say that we couldn't, you know, maybe look at doing something online as well. So yeah, we're always happy to partner. You know, it's always the issue of making sure it fits within our grant mandate, but absolutely, we'd be so thrilled to do that out there. We offered like iPad for seniors as well. So if people want to come to a class and bring their iPad, or we can loan an iPad and they want to learn how to use that iPad and see what, you know, how this could maybe they could enjoy using one of those devices. We could do that. We could do iPhone for seniors or Android for seniors. Yeah, we could absolutely do any of those programs. So I'd be so happy to get that started in Chestermere. I really want to start, you know, doing more of those things, because if there's a need, let's start it. And I think that's wonderful.
That's great, Tanya. You actually answered some of my questions, because I was going to actually ask, have you got a loaner program? So for folks who would like to do a basic computer skills class and haven't got or a laptop, would you be able to loan laptops to folks?
Yeah. So we have a set of laptops that we could bring to each session and have people, you know, experience that class through a loaner device for sure. It's always
that would be fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, you know, at some point, if somebody thinks, oh yeah, this is kind of fun, I might like to purchase a laptop, that's always beneficial too, because as we know, as computer users, when you switch from one device to another, sometimes that's tricky as well. So, but definitely we can loan to get somebody started if that interests them.
It might be neat to partner with a computer or somebody who sells computers that might offer it at a discount. Have them come in and like exploring that idea as well. Or, you know, just suggesting to seniors how they can find laptops, because inexpensively that will work. And having IT support, like knowing who the IT people are in Chestermere, because I think that's a lot of it. Even for myself, I'll come to something on the computer, and like you said, when you change computers and it's got a different screen, it's like, well, where did that go? I usually just go there and I can do that. So to learn all those things, that's really key.
Absolutely. And you know, in this past year, our digital skills have become so necessary in our life. I mean, we're all participating on an online workshop right now, which a person needs digital skills to enjoy these kinds of programs. And so we really want to make sure that anyone in the community, you know, that needs support in digital skills has access to that. So we are available and happy to support anyone, whether it's through a tutoring program or through more a set class that we arrange. We're happy to do that. So, you know, if we were to offer a basic digital skills program, we could go through even the terminology that we hear in regards to computer use, you know, Wi-Fi and Bluetooth and desktop and laptop and software.
And you can use all our recordings from Seniors Week as examples so that we're promoting Seniors Week at the same time.
Exactly. So those of you that are on the video, please share this or on the call today. Just please share this information with any of your friends or family who you think, and not just seniors, but anyone who might be able to use our foundational learning supports, or someone who might, for that matter, have interest in our general interest programs. We have a lot to offer, and we're happy to support the community in this way.
Okay, any further questions for Tanya?
I just see some nice partnerships growing out of this. I was at the rec center for 17 years, so Rocky View adult education was always a big part. And then when they centralized to Airdrie, they lost a bit of that. They used to have one person that was in Chestermere that was sort of that liaison person for the community. And then when they stopped that, I think they unfortunately adult education kind of dropped back, and it's just been kind of coming forward in the last few years. I know I'd work with is it Luciana? Yeah. And she would always come to the the revs or the what do you call them, energizers that we used to have to share information. But I think it's that two-way street of not just offering to the community, but having some kind of roots in the community through Sharon, through the Whitecappers, through individuals and organizations to see what's needed in the community and what you're able to offer. So it's nice to see those connections happening again. So yeah, it's wonderful.
Good. Thanks, Vicki.
Well, thank you very much, Tanya, for joining us today
you.
and sharing your knowledge and expertise. I look forward to helping to promote these programs further in the community along with the Whitecappers and other seniors. And yeah, let's see what we can do to, I was going to say improve some of the kind of the computer skills, but then I think everybody's really had to adapt over the last 12 months into using technology. So a bit of a heads up, kind of, not a heads up, so sorry, bit of a kind of a good way into, getting into, I suppose, more extensive technology rather than just emails and searching online. So, getting into these adult programs, which, I was looking at the cost, extremely affordable. They really, really are.
Yeah.
I think so too. Okay,
Yeah,
yeah, thank you so much. And yeah, we will definitely be in touch about some of this. And thank you everyone for joining in and hearing me speak.
Okay. Enjoy the rest of your day and thank you.
Thanks, you as well. Okay, bye.
Bye. Okay, everyone who's on at the moment, just to let you know, our next session will be starting at 10 o'clock. It will be with our special guest, Kimberly Gordon-Krushell, who's a registered nurse, and she'll be talking about the importance of blood pressure. So we're just going to mute and stop the video for 10 minutes or so. So please bear with us, and thank you for your patience.
Hi, I'd like to make an appointment. Saturday, tomorrow.
Good morning, Kim.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm good. Nice to see the sun this morning.
Oh, isn't it just? Yeah. I couldn't believe it. We had frost where I live yesterday morning and frost again this morning. I was so shocked because it actually wasn't in the weather forecast. And I'm like, my tomatoes, my
Oh
vegetables.
no. Was there
So
any damage?
I don't think so. I don't think so because they were next to the house, so there's some shelter. But you know, with a combination of the rain all week and then the next couple of days of sunshine, yes,
Mm-hmm.
it'll be great. Really, really good. So I suppose that you're still extremely busy.
I think we are, but not as much on the COVID front anymore. Just back to regular health
Yeah.
reasons. That's why we're busy. So yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's fantastic. That's good to
Yeah.
hear. It's good to hear
Normal?
that the
What is
numbers are starting to
normal?
drop.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good to hear that numbers have started to drop, and we moved into stage 2 yesterday. So here's to a brighter, rosier future, just like my
Yes.
pup.
I like it. Very spring.
Yeah, that's right. I think Vicki actually said to me this morning, "You're wearing your garden." I said, "Yep."
That's awesome.
So we'll get going around about 10 o'clock. Is that okay?
Okay. Sounds
Okay.
great.
Okay, so I'm
Thanks.
just going to mute for a second.
Sounds good. And I have 20 minutes, right?
Yeah, you do.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
you know, if it goes over a couple of minutes with questions,
okay.
that's too. It's just that we did 20-minute slots, just allowing an additional 10 minutes just in case of people needed to, you know, bathroom break or coffee break or something.
Okay.
So
Okay, thanks.
you're welcome. Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Seniors Week Wellness Fair, which will be taking place from 9 o'clock till 5 o'clock all day today. Every half hour, there will be different topics, there'll be different activities, information. Just to let you know that all sessions today will be recorded. If you go to the bottom corner of your screen, the right-hand side, you will see a chat button. Please feel free to put in any questions there. This is also interactive, so please feel free to ask questions. So I would like to introduce our very special guest. She's well known to a lot of you. Kimberly Gordon-Krushell is a registered nurse here in Chestermere and does absolutely amazing work, is always very knowledgeable, and we're so thrilled to actually have her come on to today's wellness fair to talk about the importance of blood pressure. So Kim, over to you.
Thanks for having me, everybody. Thank you again to all the pillars in the community that are coming out to Senior Week. Yes, my name is Kim. I work with the Primary Care Network, and today we're going to talk about the exciting topic of blood pressure because it's so much fun. No, it's not. It's not fun at all, but I'm just going to do the gist of it, and I thought we'd spend a little part of the end. Actually, we're going to do a little bit of a blood pressure true or false session, and we'll see how everybody does with that, specifically around sodium and salt. So blood pressure, what is blood pressure? So blood pressure and hypertension, high blood pressure and hypertension are used interchangeably. They mean the same thing, and what it means is it's the force of the blood that's pumped out of your heart against the blood vessels. So that's what blood pressure means. So if you have hypertension or high blood pressure, that means that there is more force being put on those blood vessels, and it needs to be looked at. So why do we need good blood flow? We need good blood flow to send the nutrients and oxygen to all our muscles, to all our tissues, just to keep things moving. So it's quite an important job that it does. So what can happen? If there's too much pressure on those blood vessels over time, it can actually result in damage to these blood vessels, and it can cause other health problems. It's often, has anyone ever heard of it referred to as the silent killer? It's not a very nice phrase to use, but it is because there's not too many symptoms that you have when you have high blood pressure. If you're getting symptoms of low blood pressure or high blood pressure, it's usually pretty low, or if it's high blood pressure, it's usually really high. Symptoms of low blood pressure are dizziness when you go to stand up, just generally not feeling well upon movement. Some symptoms of high blood pressure are usually a headache, really bad headache, and again, just generally not feeling well. So usually if you're starting to feel it, there's been quite a drastic change. So that's why we call it silent, because lots of people walk around with high blood pressure and they don't know it. So how do you find out if you have high blood pressure? You need to follow up with your doctor. Recommendations are to check in with your doctor about once a year to have your blood pressure checked. That is if you don't have any other health conditions. If you develop some other health conditions like high cholesterol or diabetes, those are all things that like to hang out with high blood pressure. So your doctor might want to check it a little bit more regularly. Factors that affect blood pressure, family history, if your mom or dad had high blood pressure, the gender, if you smoke, how much exercise you do, and diet, those all kind of affect high blood pressure. How do we measure it? I'm sure everyone's had their blood pressure done at least once on here. We use that lovely tight cuff that feels awesome when it squeezes our arm. And that's how we measure it. It's measured we look at the top number, the systolic number. That's the pressure of when your heart is beating on the vessels. And we look at the bottom number, which is your diastolic, and that's when the pressure is, the beat is finishing of your heart. So it actually, that little cuff can tell us a lot about what's going on inside of you. I'm assuming, can anyone tell me what a normal blood pressure is? Any guess?
120 over 80?
120 over 80.
That's right. That's good. It is. Yeah, it is 120 over 80. So that's great. Sometimes our doctors say you have normal blood pressure, and then you're like, what's normal? So 120 on 80 is definitely your target. Depending on your health condition, sometimes it can remain a little bit higher, and sometimes it needs to be a little bit lower. So obviously that's the average is 120 on 80, the dream blood pressure. But yeah, it all depends on what's going on in your health, on what's acceptable to what your doctor helps make that decision for you. But you know, the next time you go in and your doctor says, oh, your blood pressure is normal, ask them exactly what the number is. It's good to know what your number is, because your normal might be a little different. Maybe you sit a little low, maybe you sit a little high. It's really good to know what your number is, so that if it changes, you knew what your normal was and can compare it. Okay. For the most part, anyone that's into their 70s and 80s, the blood pressure number, you're actually allowed to let it sit a little higher. Most doctors, you know, certainly if you're not at 120 and 80, you're a little bit in your 70s, it's okay that your doctor has it sitting a little bit higher. So if you have high blood pressure, it's not usually an emergency. The only time it's an emergency is if it's happening with other symptoms. So does anyone know the signs of a stroke? What to watch for? There's
Slurring?
That's one of them. Slurred speech.
Facial features may change.
Yep. Yep. So when they go to smile one side, doesn't go up or one eye is drooping yet.
Weakness or numbness in the arm, maybe, or on one side.
That's absolutely it. You hit all three. This is a very smart group. So absolutely, those are all signs of a stroke. So that's definitely something that can be with high blood pressure. And yeah, it's good to be aware of what those signs and symptoms are. What about a heart attack? If someone was having a heart attack, do you know the signs and symptoms?
Tiredness.
Sorry?
Tiredness is one. When
Being
you go up a
lethargic?
hill and you get this little anxiousness in your chest,
Yes. Yeah. Chest pain,
pain in your
chest
arm,
discomfort. People just, sorry?
pain in your arm.
Mm-hmm. And everyone I find, I've seen people describe it as different. Some people call it squeezing in their chest, burning in their chest, like a stabbing feeling. Everyone has kind of a different description of it. Also shortness of breath, sweating, again, that someone had mentioned, just being tired, lightheadedness. It's a little different in women. So I like to bring up the idea that if a woman had, I've seen women have just neck pain. I've seen them have just abdominal pain. So those are all signs that if something's just generally not feeling well and it's continuing, you need to get assessed right away.
What is the biggest difference between heart attack and stroke? The best way to tell the difference?
The difference, you know, again, it's usually when it comes to stroke, it's one side. One side is being affected. They're both considered, you need to go to the hospital emergency wise, but with a stroke, you would definitely see one side is more deviated versus a heart attack. It's generally throughout.
So either way, call the ambulance.
911. Absolutely. Yeah. Great. Another thing that I'd like to go over is, has anyone ever heard of white coat syndrome?
Nope.
You know how doctors walk around in their white coats and their big stethoscope? It actually is a true condition. They scare the crumb out of you, is what it happens when you're in a room with them. So it does really exist. So some people end up having a little bit higher numbers when they see that white coat come in. So you know those lovely little shoppers, Walmart, different pharmacies, they have a blood pressure machine. To actually be relaxed and go take it yourself there is not a bad idea. Okay. I've seen some people have, it's called masked hypertension or high blood pressure, and their blood pressure actually goes low when they see the white coat too. So if you ever have high blood pressure in the doctor's office, and it's kind of continuing every time you come in, your doctor might advise you to get a machine to check your blood pressure, just so that they can rule that out, that white coat syndrome, okay? What's a good machine? There is, if you buy a machine, Canada has hypertension.ca. You could look on there. It tells you different machines, but it has a little heart on the machine with a check mark through it. And it will either say gold rated or silver rated. Either one of them is a good blood pressure machine and is considered to be good in terms of Canada standards. Okay, so if you have a little machine at home, have a check on it and see if you'll see that little symbol. It's a little heart with a check mark through it. Okay. Now, when do you take your blood pressure? When's a good time to take your blood pressure? Does anyone know that one? If you're taking it at home.
When you wake up?
Absolutely. First thing in the morning. I usually advise everyone to go use the washroom first, because that can change your number. You want to do it before coffee. Okay, so while the coffee, you go use the washroom, turn the coffee pot on, now's a good time to check your blood pressure. Okay. You're going to be wanting to you want to be sitting. You want to make sure whatever you're sitting on has a back to it so that you're relaxed. You want to be able to put your hand out and it be your arm out and it be equal to the to your heart or level to your heart. So a great place to do it is actually at the kitchen table in the morning. You want to not talk or move while you're doing your blood pressure, and you want to make sure that your legs aren't crossed, that your feet are totally flat on the floor. And yeah, you want to make sure that you have the right cuff size. This can really change the numbers. You know, if it's a good way to do it is if you ever get a chance, bring your cuff in to show the doctor. Another option is to talk to your pharmacist to see if they think it's a good cuff. Another option is to come see a bossy PCN nurse. We'll make sure that it looks really good and it's sitting well and you're getting the right readings. If it's not the right size, it can read high. So we would want to rule that out if you're getting higher numbers at home and not in a doctor's office. Okay. Do know that if you're not sure about your readings, bring your blood pressure machine into the doctor's office. You could do a comparison right there and see what their numbers are compared to your machine's numbers. All right. So that has to do with that. The importance of logging your blood pressure. We always think we're going to remember what those numbers are, but I as much as we try to, it's usually we go in and we say, I think it was 130-ish to over 90-ish or something like that. I would really encourage you, if your doctor's wanting you to watch your blood pressure, write it down. You could go to the website hypertension.ca. It's Canadian standards, and they have awesome little log sheets that you can print out. If you just have a piece of paper at home, it's just a matter of writing down what the top number was, what the bottom number is. You could record your pulse. It usually checks your pulse at the same time. I would also write down the time of the day you took your blood pressure. Okay. If you're in the middle of changing medications, you might want to write down what medications were changed when, so that when you have it written down, you can see how your blood pressure changes with it. Okay, that's really great information, and it really helps your doctor out in deciding whether or not you're getting you're at the therapeutic number that he or she would like you at. Okay. So ways to, the stuff that's good to do. So eat your veggies, eat your fruit. I know you've all heard this before. Exercise, decreasing saturated fats, try to keep a little bit of weight loss if your blood pressure starts to sneak up. I usually see people, the first thing that goes down is their blood pressure. Even with about 5 to 10% weight loss. So that's usually about 10, 20 pounds for the average person. So that little bit of weight loss, that's the first number I usually see that's making a difference. Okay. Are there any questions?
I'm just wondering what the range is. So if I'm taking my blood pressure at home and it's normally when I go to the doctor 120/80, for example, how do I know when to be concerned? Like, is it the high end, if it goes high, if it goes low, is it the difference between the two? So what kinds of flags do you look for?
That's a great question. So again, 120/80 is the somewhat normal zone. We usually if we see someone's blood pressure staying over 140/90, and if it's continuing to stay over that, your doctor might again encourage you to get a machine at home He might do a 24-hour blood pressure test on you to see how your blood pressure is throughout the day. If it's, as it starts to sneak up, 140 and 90, that's when they might say, okay, you should look at losing a little bit of weight, changing your diet a little bit. Again, nothing. If it's sneaking up, so if it's definitely 160 over 100, if it's staying around there, your doctor might encourage you to start on a medication to control it. There are many, many different types of blood pressure medications, and many of them work differently. So if they try one and it's not bringing it down, they could add a second one medication to help control it, just because they work a little bit differently. I've seen some people have to be on 3 medications to bring their blood pressure down, and that's okay. It's not that all we care is about bringing down that number and keeping those vessels healthy and your heart healthy. So the amount of meds you're on doesn't really make a difference.
So is higher low blood pressure generally caused by lifestyle, or do some diseases cause high blood pressure, low blood pressure? Like, are those indicators of something else going on that's more serious?
High blood pressure, like I said, it could be genetic. It could be because one of your parents had it. It could be lifestyle. If you're male, you have a higher incidence of having high blood pressure. If you smoke, if you have high salt intake, they're kind of spread out, so they usually can't link it to one thing. If you have high blood pressure, your doctor might send you for lab work, just to rule out other things like diabetes and high cholesterol. I always say diabetes, high blood pressure, and high cholesterol like to hang out. They're buddies. And if they're high, they're going to have a rip-roaring party in your heart and rip everything apart, the walls apart and stuff like that. If they're all low and the mood is low, everything stays good and happy and normal. So your doctor would probably, have you do some blood work just to rule that out. But lots of people just have high blood pressure and nothing else.
So our best defense is to maintain good health. Like you said, eat properly, rest, de-stress. Probably is stress a factor as well, probably.
Absolutely, isn't it, in everything nowadays? Absolutely. Distress, low salt. You might want to consult with a dietitian just to see where you're at salt-wise. And yeah.
So positive thinking can affect your blood pressure.
It can. If you think, geez, I want this thing to lower and a little bit zen, absolutely, you can lower your blood pressure.
Thanks for that reminder, Vicki. I have a quick question, kind of on the opposite end of high blood pressure, low blood pressure. What should you be looking out for with low blood pressure?
Mm-hmm. So low blood pressure, it is out there. Usually some people have low blood pressure and it's their normal. So if you have low blood pressure and have no symptoms, you're okay. Just continue on. Just know that you sit a little normal. And that's really important to know, so that if it goes a little bit higher, that might be, and it's a lot different than your lower blood pressure, it's good to talk to your doctor about that, because your levels might change in terms of how they would treat you. The biggest thing I see is lightheadedness. So you go to stand up or you go to sit up in bed and you just feel that woozy, yucky feeling. That would be one of the things your doctor would check, is your blood pressure.
What can be the underlying cause of low blood pressure, Kim?
It might be genetics. He might want to do some lab work on you as well. It's not necessarily a bad thing. Maybe you're low sodium. You might have a low to not enough salt in your diet. It's not very often I tell people to eat salt. But yes, there are some instances people with low blood pressure usually have them see a dietitian to make sure that they're actually getting enough salt in their diet, and they might actually increase it. which is weird. There's very few people though that happens to.
I
Thank
have,
you for your answers.
I
Go
have low
ahead,
blood
William.
pressure. And my doctor wants to up it to 100 over 130. Inside now it's about 110 over 71, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So he wants to go and get the blood pressure up, but I feel fine.
Mm-hmm.
And so I find it hard to get it up.
Mm-hmm.
I do enough exercises. I'm an active guy and all this kind of stuff. So I find it a little difficult to get. Because at one time, when I was younger, 135, they said it was too high. I had to take pills.
Mm.
And now they want it up with no pills. So I find that a little difficult. The other thing I had experienced in my life is I had sleep apnea.
Mm.
And when I got a machine, my blood pressure dropped.
Yes. Yeah.
And that was a whole bunch of things happened. So that's another thing that is a positive thing happen. You know, when you have that and you get sleep
Yes.
apnea machine.
Yes. So absolutely, sleep
My question
apnea.
is, how do I get my blood pressure up?
You know, you do your best you can. You could add a little bit more salt, like the table salt to stuff as you're eating. You could talk to your physician or provider about seeing a dietitian, how to increase salt by diet. But you've done the right things, right? And so I've seen that happen a lot too, when people they're on medications and they adjust their lifestyle, they start to exercise, they're doing all the right things. I see people go off of medication all the time because they've made those right adjustments. So yeah, I would definitely talk to your doctor about connecting with a dietitian if he's really concerned. And you know what they're looking for as people age and if they see blood pressures start to drop, they're just more worried at again that dizziness happening for some people. There's higher risk. We see that for falls in a little bit older population. So I think your doctor's just trying to be a little proactive and make sure you're nice and safe too. But if you have no symptoms and you're not feeling dizzy, I don't think it's a huge rush, but it's probably something you want to watch.
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm. The time's flown by. I didn't get to my sodium quiz. So the only question I'll ask is how much sodium should one have in a day? It's in milligrams. Is there any guess?
Come on, anybody who's on the call who's not asked a question or answered a question yet. Get those thinking caps going.
I won't put anyone on the spot this time. Next time, I ran out of time, but it's around 2,000 milligrams. That is really hard number to get to. So the next time you're at the store, I want everybody to grab a can of soup and see how many milligrams of sodium is just in a cup of soup. So to be around a 2,000 milligrams it's really hard to be that low, but that's the ideal target. So look at some of the packaged stuff and keep in mind that 77% of our salt comes from packaged foods. It doesn't come from us salting stuff at the table. It comes from pre-made foods and pre-packaged stuff. So have a peek on the labels and it will say sodium, it will tell you in milligrams, and it will tell you per cup or per package. Just start having a peek.
Well, thank you so very much, Kim, today for this this session. It's extremely informative. I think we've all learned an awful lot from this. I would love to have you back on a seniors telephone conference in the fall to actually, you know, do blood pressure and a little bit more as well. I think it's a great topic to have, and it's something that we should all be looking out for. So thank you very much again for joining us. Again, always appreciative, and you're always supportive of seniors. So enjoy your day and have an amazing weekend.
Congratulations to everyone and their seniors week. Thanks, guys. We'll see you again.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
So just to let everybody know that our next session will be starting shortly at 10:30 a.m. with Old Dude on the bike. And this guy, gentleman, senior, older, mature person, young at heart, is definitely not an old dude. Michael Ball is well known in the community, and he will be talking about his cycling for leisure and some of the other things he's done with his cycling tours. So 1 minute, we'll be starting. Thank you. Wow, I have to say that minute went past very, very quick. So good morning to everybody who's just joining us at this moment in time. My name is Sharon Matthewman, and I am the Seniors and Community Development Facilitator for the City of Chestermere and part of the Seniors Week Committee. So thank you very much for joining us this morning. There is a little chat button, excuse me, lower right hand of your screen. Please feel free to put any questions in there. All these sessions are interactive. Just to let you know that all these sessions are also being recorded today and will be on the City of Chestermere's Seniors Week website, so that you can take a look at this any time in the future. This gentleman, this older mature adult, this old dude, is definitely not an old dude. He is well known in the community, he's extremely active. He's the chairperson of the Seniors Advisory Committee, he's on other committees and coalitions, extremely active, always out on his bike. So I really would like to welcome our guest presenter this morning, Michael Ball. Michael is also a local resident, and I'd love for him to tell you all his stories. Over to you, Michael.
Well, thanks, Sharon. Thanks for the introduction. Can everybody hear me? Okay. I just heard, I listened to the presentation on blood pressure, and one of the gentlemen was commenting about trying to get his blood pressure up. I think I can help you there. Can I go to the, now I'm going to talk about different types of bicycles that are out there. I've got 4 myself, and they're all different categories. And I'm going to share a little bit of some of the things I've done while cycling in my cycling career, if you want to call that. I've been riding a bike since I was a kid, but I really got into it in the late 80s, early 90s. Can I have the next slide, please, Chelsea? So there's many different types of bicycles. I'm going to talk about 5 of the most common. There's road bikes, which are quite light. They're smaller diameter tires. So the smaller diameter tire is important because there's less rolling resistance, meaning you can go faster. You can have higher tire pressures like they do on, if you ever watch professional cycling, the guys on the Tour de France, they have their tires at 110 PSI. A normal bicycle, mountain bike pressures are usually about 40 to 50 PSI. So there's a huge difference. The other category is touring, and that bicycle is a little sturdier frame. You're allowed, or you're able to carry, they're called panniers. Normal people would call them saddlebags. Those tires are a little bit wider because we're trying to carry a little more weight. And they're excellent for cycle touring, and I'll get into that a little bit later. The most common bicycle you'll see out there today is a mountain bike, and they're very versatile. They have larger diameter tires yet. They're 2-inch or 50 millimeter, and they can go in, you know, if you have a full suspension, you can go out in the mountains and you can ride down some pretty gnarly trails with comfort and not worrying about hurting yourself. The next type is called a recumbent. And I have a recumbent, my wife has a recumbent. They're normally more like a tricycle. So you have, ours have 2 wheels in the front, 1 in the back. Really stable. My wife has MS, so she can't ride a bicycle anymore, but she whips around on her trike quite easily. The other type that's coming very popular now is called an e-bike. Now these bikes are generally in the touring type configuration, but they have really large tires like you would see on a motorcycle. The front wheel of a motorcycle, so they're very wide. And the nice thing about these guys, now they're heavy, but they're battery operated. Now these batteries can be charged overnight. The most common is can do up to 35, 40 kilometers an hour. Some of the e-bikes that are out there now will go over 100 kilometers an hour. You can ride them on a regular bike path. You don't need a license. Some people think, well, that's like a motorcycle. Well, no, not really. You can pedal these guys, but the nicest thing about them, if you're ever going up a long hill, it's battery assisted. So you hit a little throttle button and away you go. You don't have to pedal. You don't have to do anything. Could I have the next slide, please, Chelsea? So this is my road bike. Now this is a Cannondale R5000, and it's I bought this in 2005. It's as you can see, it's quite sleek. The pictures don't show, but I actually have aero bars on this as well, and that allows me to get into a lower position on my bike, so I can scream along at a pretty good clip on flat terrain. This is aluminum frame, and this configuration, it has cantilever brakes, which is very common for a road bike. It's very lightweight and also has these drop-down handlebars. Now, drop-down handlebars are really good for long-distance riding. It gives you so many different options of where to put your hands and you can sit up. You can get down flatter. There's many, many combinations. Next slide, please, Chelsea. This is my touring bike. Now, this is a Specialized Tri-Cross, and it's a little heavier than my typical road bike. If you notice, it has a rack on the back, and it also has a knockout so I can carry saddlebags or panniers. And I'll show you a picture later on in the slides that'll show you what kind of configuration it looks like when you're doing a tour. This guy is like the wider tires I mentioned before are there for disperse some of that weight, and the drop-down bars are for comfort. Next slide, please, Chelsea. This is my mountain bike. Now, this is a Specialized stump jumper. Now, this guy here is full suspension. That means that I've got suspension in the front as well as the rear. So that's nice if you're on a really bumpy trail. You can keep your bike from bouncing. And if you keep your bike from bouncing, you'll stay on your bike. If this was what they call a hardtail, it would be really difficult to go over some big bumps without being thrown off. This guy also has disc brakes, and disc brakes are better than any other type of brake out there because they're just more efficient. They have more stopping power than than a V brake or a cantilever brake. These bikes, mountain bikes, are 26-inch frame normally. And yeah, so next slide, please, Chelsea. This is my recumbent. Now we have two of these. This is mine. This is green because I'm a Saskatchewan Rough Rider fan. And I like the color green. This guy here has 20-inch wheels. And this is like sitting in an easy boy chair. So a lot of people complain about, you know, I can't ride more than 5 kilometers and I get a sore butt. Well, you don't get a sore butt in this. You can just recline, hence the name recumbent. And notice on the back, right at the very top, there's a battery pack. So this guy here, I can whiz along the trails doing 30 kilometers an hour, and I weigh 215 pounds. So I can, even with my weight, I can still scream along pretty good. My wife is 115 pounds, and she can get hers up to 35, 40. This is really good for doing any kind of hills. It's super stable. This is 8-speed, so you can pedal. But it's the big advantage to this is it's comfortable. A disadvantage to this is visibility to motorists. Because you're sitting so low, a lot of vehicles don't see you. So our trikes have flags on the back. So when we're going down the road, people see that big bright flag on the back and they tend not to hit us. Next slide, please, Chelsea. Now, some of the benefits of cycling. Number one, they're an excellent means of exploring the country where a regular vehicle can't reach. An example of that is Kettle Valley Railway, which was an abandoned railway in BC, just above Kelowna. There's, I think there's 5 legs on the Kettle Valley. And what they did was they took all the railway out, including the railway ties and the rails, and they put gravel down so they use it as a cycle path for touring with mountain bikes. Another benefit of cycling is fitness. It's an amazing stress reliever. During COVID, I was out on my bicycle a lot, and it just helps me clear my mind. I've solved more problems riding my bicycle than I could sitting at a desk. Now, after the initial spend, so they are a little bit costly, I've got probably $15,000 sitting in my garage in bicycles. And after you get the initial spend, the maintenance on these is very cheap. You're not out buying gas, your air in your tires. I mean, it's very economical mode of transportation. If you look at countries like Holland, where cycling is huge, that's their means of transportation. Holland is very flat, as everybody knows, so there's no issues with hills or anything like that. And you're able to get around very quickly. The other thing is fun. It's just something about being on a bicycle for me is just a super lot of fun. Camaraderie. I belong to a cycling club, and there's a lot of people in that club that have the same passion as I do. Next slide, please. Now, cycle touring, which I've done quite a bit of. The main thing about cycle touring, when I went across Canada, one of the comments I got from people is, "Holy cow, how did you ever do that?" Well, I tell people, you don't ride across Canada, you ride from here to a town. What's the next town after that? What's the next town after that? And pretty soon you've finished. So that's That's what I call setting achievable goals. You prepare for different weather conditions, so you need cycling rain gear is very important. You need plenty of water, and I always carry energy bars. You never know when you're gonna be a long way from home and you got a flat tire and you're hungry, and so I always pack for emergencies. Carry lots of emergency tools. I always carry 2 inner tubes. I carry CO2 cartridges and a pump. And the CO2 cartridges are very lightweight and compact. The trouble with some of the pumps that are out there today is they don't have enough volume to pump up tires to a maximum pressure. So they're mainly used just to get enough air in your tires to get you home. After you get home, you can top up your tire. I carry 2 inner tubes. I learned the hard way. Sometimes the inner tube you put in gets pinched and you go to pump it up and you hear this, well, you know that tube's no good anymore. So by having 2, at least I'm not dead in the water. Next slide, please, Chelsea. Okay, lost you there. Yeah, so some day rides that you can do, just for fun. I like going around the lake. For me, from my place, well, from anybody's place, it's a loop. It's around 10 kilometers around the lake. And there's lots of places to stop and lots of places to get refreshments. The canal pathway, I ride that a lot. You can go down to the Heather Lane golf course. It's 8 kilometers one way. Carburn Park is a little farther via 24th Avenue. And that's the avenue that goes past the Glenmore Inn, if you're curious. That's around 20K one way. I do a loop around Edworthy Park in Calgary, which is out in the northwest. And I park at the TD Bank, which is on 17th Ave. And I follow the pathway past the Max Bell, over the Deerfoot pedestrian bridge, and then along the Memorial Drive pathway, and you can do a complete loop, and that's around 36K. Another really nice ride is Canmore to Banff. They just put in a nice cycle path in there about 5 years ago, and that's 26K one way. Next slide. Now, multi-day trips. There is a club that I belong to, the Elbow Valley Cycle Club in Calgary. They have a tour called the Golden Triangle. So that's a ride from Castle Mountain Junction to Radium, and then from Radium to Golden, and then from Golden to Castle Mountain. Now, this is a ride in the mountains, so it's pretty strenuous. Going up Sinclair Pass out of Radium, that's 13.8 kilometers of sheer hell. It's a long, long ride, and it's quite steep. That whole trip is about 320 kilometers and change, and it's usually done on the May long weekend. We haven't done that ride in a couple of years now because of COVID. Another ride is the Kettle Valley Railway. And then we did there's, like I said, 5 spikes of that ride. And we did the ride from mile 0 into Kelowna. And that was about 127K. We did that over 3 days with 2 overnight stops. And when I say guerrilla camping, we carried our tents, we carried our sleeping bags, all our provisions, and we just found a place on a riverbank and threw up our tents. Or you camp anywhere. Another cycle touring rides are with the University of Calgary. They have an outdoor program. Michelle and I have done kayaking with this group, sea kayaking. We've also done cycling trips. And of course, our Elbow Valley Cycle Club is a very good place to, if you want to start out with some multi-day trips. Next slide, please, Chelsea. These are this is a friend of mine, him and I, when we did Kettle Valley. This is my mountain bike pulling a trailer. And you can see my bike on the left. The trailer I had is called a bob, and it just connects into the axle on my bike. And it's quite easy to pull. We found out Kettle Valley is not as hard a trail as I would like, so it was kind of hard sloshing. We were sinking with so much weight on our bikes. Next slide, please. This is the one of the Kettle Valley trestles. There's a series of 19 trestles, and back about I think 20 years ago, every one of these trestles burnt right to the ground. So BC Tel, in conjunction with Parks in BC, rebuilt them. So this is, if you ever want to see an amazing array of scenery, this is an awesome trip to do. You don't have to do the full 127K like we did. These sections here can be done over about 5 kilometers. All of those 19 trestles are in that particular location, but they are just breathtaking. Next slide, please. This is my my touring bike loaded when we went across Canada. And you can see I've got my sleeping bag on the front. I've got my tent in the orange bag on the back, and I've got 2 sets of panniers front and back. Total weight of this was 70 pounds, plus the bike, plus me. Going up Rogers Pass, that's 70 kilometers from Revelstoke to the top. And I'm telling you, it took us 6 hours to ride that little 70-kilometer stretch. So anyways, next slide. This is another trip that I had done. And this is a little lighter weight. I didn't have as much on here, but you can see that these bikes are incredibly versatile and able to carry a lot of weight. Next slide. This is when we finished our cross Canada trip. I was dipping my tires in Halifax Harbor. That trip was 6,532 kilometers. It took us 66 days to ride, and we had about 8 days of rest. Our average speed was 19 kilometers an hour, so that's pretty good for touring. Next slide. Oh, I guess
That's the last slide, Michael.
Thank you, Chelsea. Yeah,
No
that's kind of cycling in you know, as I try and convey, there are so many different combinations. There are you don't have to be as extreme as what I've described in my presentation, but keep in mind when I started really getting into cycle touring, my wife and I used to take the kids and we ride around the zoo, and we think, oh wow, are we ever athletes? And then one of my buddies at work said, how do you get to work? And I said, well, I take the train. He said, well, why do you take? Well, I worked for TELUS. I worked right downtown in headquarters. And he said, why do you take the train? Why don't you ride your bike? And I thought, what a good idea. So I lived in Edgemont at the time. It was 20 kilometers from my house to work. Going to work, it took me 45 minutes, Coming home, it took me an hour and 20 minutes because if you know where Edgemont is, it's at the top, and there was 3 different levels of hills you had to get through to get home. But I'll tell you, if I had a bad day at work, a stressful day, by the time I got home, I forgot what my problems were. Cycling is just amazing. And then from there, you get into, somebody said, well, why don't you, have you ever done the Golden Triangle? So you described what that was. So I started doing that. Michelle and I think Michelle did it a couple of times, and I did it 4 times. And then we, for my Millennial Project, I rode from Calgary to Vancouver. So that was 1,100, just about 1,200 kilometers. But what a super enjoyable trip. I did it with a couple of friends of mine, a couple of colleagues actually. And then from there, I had the idea, I worked with a fella in Edmonton, and I had the idea of cycling across Canada. So he was the only one I could find that was remotely interested. So in 2008, I retired, and that was my retirement project. So for anybody that wants to get into a very enjoyable, low impact, relaxing form of exercise, I would highly recommend cycling. With the e-bikes that are out there now, you can pedal or you can not pedal. The idea of being out somewhere where you can't get to in a vehicle just intrigues me. Anyways, I hope you enjoyed my talk. And if anybody has any questions, please let me answer those. If not, you can get a hold of me. I'm easy to get in touch with, and I would love to help people if they want to get into cycling. I'd love to help you get started. So thank you.
Michael, just before we go to the participants, because I can see a couple of hands up, there's a couple of questions here in the chat box. Where's the best place to buy a recumbent bike?
There's a couple of places. Michelle and I bought ours at there's a fella that has a shop in Northeast Calgary. I don't have his information in front of me, but I'll get that to you. Another really good place is Power in Motion. Now they're a cycle shop in Eau Claire in Calgary, and they have probably the biggest selection. The fellow we bought our bikes from he's in Northeast Calgary, and for the life of me, I can't think of the name of his company.
No worries. Let me know. Let me know when
Yeah,
you,
I will.
when you can.
I'll let Karen know all that information.
Okay. And then the next question is, how much would somebody need to spend to invest in a good quality bike? What kind of monies are we talking about?
Well, unfortunately, there's, depending on what you're doing. If you just want to ride on the pathways and you don't want to spend a whole lot of money, go to Canadian Tire, go to Costco. Most of the bikes they have there they're okay for, just as long as you're not doing any big trips like I did. And cost-wise, you can spend anywhere from, say, $400 right up to, there's some bikes out there that are $20,000. A friend of mine in Quebec just bought a full carbon Trek road bike. He paid $18,000 for it. So you can see the gambit, but you don't have to spend that kind of money. Check out your Canadian Tires, check out your Costco's. Some of the bike shops in town here, because of COVID, bicycles are very hard to find. But if you go to some of the, I do most of my shopping at Bow Cycle in the Northwest. So there's a lot of shops.
Thank you, Michael. I'm conscious of the time. We'll take one last question, and I believe Claire had a hand up.
I have a question about finding the right size bike. I look at them and they sell them by wheel size, by frame size. I have really short legs and let's say I'm sturdy. So how do I figure out what is the right size?
That's a really good question, Claire. I used to fit bikes. I worked for Mountain Equipment Co-op.
Oh,
when
yeah.
Oh, good.
Tell us. And it's a science. You just don't go out and buy a bicycle. It's not one size fits all. And the issue that you have with buying from Canadian Tire or Costco is it's one bike fits all. And as you said, some people have shorter legs, you know, and some people are heavier and some people, you know, it goes a whole different gambit. So if you want any help with any type of fitting, give me a call and I can help you. There's no, go on the internet and Google, how do I pick the right bike thighs? You'll get some decent information. Some get very, very technical, but there's no, you know, there's no one real standard answer to that.
Thank you, Michael.
Well, thank you very much, Michael, for a very informative session. And you know what? I think we need to rename your session from Old Dude on a Bike to Everybody Get on Their Bike. Because it's just phenomenal what you've done. And I would love you to come and tell your stories at one of the seniors teleconferences. I know you're not feeling your best this morning, and I do thank you so very much for doing this presentation. It was thoroughly enjoyable.
And inspiring.
Absolutely.
I'm inspired.
Yeah, we're all inspired. Get on your bike, folks.
Yeah.
Yes, get on your bicycles.
Okay. All right, thank you. So I'm conscious of the time. It's 11 o'clock, so we're moving straight into our next guest speaker. Our next guest speaker is also well known here in Chestermere, Steve King with Paws for Thought. Steve, Paws for Thought Therapy Dogs. Steve has a regular column in the Anchor newspaper with his dog Finn. Anything and everything you need to know about dogs, Steve is your man. So good morning and welcome, Steve. Just to let everybody else know, we are recording these sessions this morning.
Well,
Over
thank
to
you. Thank you, Sharon. I wouldn't say that any and every question is going to be answered properly, but I can certainly give it a good shot, put it that way. So first, can I have the first slide, please? So here we are. This is my dog Finn, and you'll see him a few times as we go through therapy dog stuff this morning. Finn is a 7-year-old Labradoodle, gorgeous boy, quite the personality, but he's been a great help to me in a number of ways over the years. So love him to bits, and he's one of close to 100 dogs that we now have in our therapy dog program. If you can just give me the next slide, please. So we missed one. There we go. So dog is part of the family. I'm a great believer that dogs really are an integral part of any family and should be treated accordingly. Now, having said that, dogs are not just furry kids. Some people treat their dogs in that manner. Doesn't mean we don't love them, but they have their own unique way of looking at the world, their own habits, their own actions. So, yeah, dogs are dogs and kids are kids, and never the twain should be confused. So we sort of looked at this whole angle of therapy dog work and thought, well, what happens if you can't have a dog? And how can we possibly help? So let's go to the next slide and we'll get this rolling. Every now and then in life, and I hope you've all experienced it to some degree, you come across something or you speak to someone and you get one of those what I call light bulb moments. And I had one of those approximately 9 years ago when I was watching this video or CD by Jane Goodall, the chimp lady, called When Animals Talk. And one of the features there was a program in the Portland area in the States where dogs would go into a school once a week and the kids would read to the dogs, and they have seen tremendous benefits for the kids, suddenly getting a liking for reading or a greater enjoyment of reading. And they also found the kids were participating more in group stuff at school. They then had the confidence to speak out loud. And it just hit me that I thought I could bring this program initially to Chestermere. And that's how the whole thing began. So let's move to the next slide. So we came up, initially we created ourselves as Chestermere Therapy Dog Society, not understanding that within a short space of time we would be spreading our geographic roots in a much broader sense than simply Chestermere. Anyway, we started off and we came up with the tagline, helping people one dog at a time. And that's honestly the way that we have progressed the organization. We didn't have any grandiose plans of suddenly dumping 50 dogs in one area and seeing if it worked or anything like that. It was very much looking at each dog, how would it fit in the program, would it even fit in the program, and taking it from there. So yeah, helping people one dog at a time is very much what we do. Next slide, please. But not everyone could have a dog, and we thought, particularly relevant for seniors weeks, and one of our big activities outside of COVID is going into seniors' homes with our dogs, because we recognize that people have often had dogs, but they can no longer have a dog for various reasons. But they really miss being and seeing and talking with dogs. So this is one of the niches that we thought we could fit into really well, and it has proved to be a great success. I mentioned about outside of COVID, we actually are now starting to get back into some seniors' homes, and there's 3 of them that have recently said, yep, we are ready to start having dog visits again, which has been hopefully the end of a very frustrating 15 months of not too much activity. So let's have the next slide. So let's quickly touch on, even though I want to focus particularly on said Seniors Week and visiting seniors homes, just to give you a kind of an overview, we started the program in the first reading session with our Listening Tales program began on March 18th, 2014 at the Chestermere Library. And 2 of the dogs, unfortunately both have passed since, but 2 of the dogs were meeting in the program room at the Chestermere Library, and the first batch of kids, a one-on-one situation, 1 child to 1 dog, began reading, and that's really where the whole thing took off in a practical sense. Since then, fairly soon after that, we were contacted by Eastlake School, who wanted the program now, not in a month's time. I wanted it right now, and in fact, last week would have been better. So we started working with them, and it's been a huge success, and it's grown to the point now where we're actually into more than 40 schools in a fairly large geographic area. But soon after we started Listening Tales, the reading program, we were approached by Prince of Peace, saying how much they would love to have the dogs come in to visit the seniors. So we created this program, Visiting Tales, which after we had started with seniors' homes, it also developed into visiting hospitals, but I can touch on that later. So we then went into the Prince of Peace Manor to start off with, and 1 dog we had then, and we then subsequently went into the other facility at Prince of Peace, whose name eludes me at the moment. Anyway, the dementia unit, and there used to be a couple who live in Langdon, used to bring their 2 dogs every week and visit with the folks in Prince of Peace in the dementia unit as well. It then became fairly clear to us that there was a lot of interest in dogs visiting because of stress. Now, I don't want to go into all the causes of stress today, but just to say, we all know that stress is out there in various forms, And we create a program called Caring Tales, which allows people of any age group just to be with our dogs. And it's proved to be a huge success. One beautiful story I'd like to share with you involved a young girl at one of our elementary schools in Chestermere. She had a horrendous emotional upset in their family situation and became a selective mute and hadn't actually spoken for 6 months. She'd been visiting with one of our dogs at school, and on the third visitation, she started to talk to the dog. She started to unpack some of the issues that she'd been carrying around in her mind, and the teachers just could not believe it. They said, this cannot be happening. This child has not spoken to anyone in 6 months, and there she was talking to this dog because she felt safe and secure talking to the animal. And it was a wonderful experience. And we've had other, perhaps not quite as dramatic, but other feedback from people in various institutions, just the impact the dogs have had. So our stress-related program called Caring Tales has been a huge success in schools as well as other areas as well. Could I have the next slide, please? My dog decided to join in the conversation here at the moment. Apologies for that. So Visiting Tales started off as a Prince of Peace and has now grown to be in 13 different seniors' homes in and around Calgary. These photographs are the left-hand one with Dave takes his dog Stella into what used to be called Point West in Cochrane. And that's his uncle Dave sitting there as well. And the other one here was taken out of another seniors home in Cochrane with a dog there which is just visiting as well. So gives you some idea. It's just the fact of being with the dog. A lot of seniors enjoy remembering their experiences with dogs, tales of when they had dogs. You now come out with them, and they also very much relax and just enjoy the moment of being with the dogs. If I could have the next slide, please. Yeah, so these are just 5 of the 13 seniors' homes we go to. So Points West Cochrane, there's Manor Village in the northwest part of Huntington Hills in Calgary, Prince of Peace, I've already mentioned, Wheatland Lodge in Strathmore, as well as Aged Care Sagewood in Strathmore. We are, I said, just about to restart at Points West. The other 4 on this slide are still, their policy is still, because of COVID, not to have the dogs come in, but they've all expressed a huge interest in getting the program running once the restrictions are eased and people feel comfortable in having the visit start again. Next slide there, please. So this is Finn doing what he does best, just being with people and people enjoying being with him. So what is it about these visits that people really sort of express verbally or non-verbally? Friendship. Dogs are just basically friendly creatures. There is a very small minority of dogs that are bad dogs, but as a general rule, dogs are very much friends and want to be friends to people. There's huge emotion. We often get tears involved when dogs visit, just because people love being with them. The joy that brings of being with a dog, stroking a dog, talking to the dog, and getting that indescribable pleasure of being with a dog. We had a lovely, I had an email received about 3 or 4 years ago from a person who was in Wheatland Lodge, and the highlight of his week was when the therapy dog would visit. In fact, he got to the point where he would stop going on tours that the lodge had arranged if it meant not seeing the dog. It just meant the world to him. So that was something for him to look forward to on a weekly basis. Relationship, very much. We encourage people to allow their dogs to sort of form a relationship with seniors at the seniors' homes. They get to know the dogs. We have a trading card program similar to hockey cards, where we have a picture of the photo of the dog on one side and a bio on the reverse, on the flip side. And people start to know the dogs. They look out for the dogs. They recognize the dogs, and a relationship gets formed. Dogs can be fun. It's not all serious and sort of sitting and being quiet. Dogs love to have some fun as well, and it lifts the mood. You know, we've all experienced, I mean, I left the corporate world about 8 years ago, but not every day in the corporate world is fun. And a dog has that amazing ability to lift and enhance the mood, so that you get back to enjoying life again. So all sorts of things happen when dogs visit, whether it's at schools, seniors' homes, or hospitals. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, as it says, it takes all sorts. I ask this a lot by a number of people, like, do we stick with one type of breed of dog? You know, do you have a lot of labs, for example, or golden retrievers? I said, we have some, absolutely. But our position from the get-go was that we would give every dog an opportunity to be a therapy dog. Now, the reality is that we tend to get more labs, golden retrievers, doodles generally. We have Havanese. We have, well, just a whole variety of dogs. Some are purebred, some are mutts, and it honestly doesn't matter. What does matter to us is that the dog has a gentle disposition, is obedient, and is healthy. So that can translate into, in our case, the smallest dog we have in the program is a black Havanese who weighs in all of 7 pounds. And we have 2 or 3 Great Pyrenees that weigh in around about 140. So, and everything in the middle. Finn himself is actually 62 pounds. So he's pretty much in the middle of the spectrum there. But we really, we encourage anyone who thinks they have a dog that could be good for our program to have the dog assessed, and we do regular assessment sessions just to see if the dog is appropriate for our program. Of course, as well as the handler. It's no good having a fantastic dog if the handler themselves is pretty negative or something like that. So when we do the assessments, we're actually assessing both the dog and the human, although we don't actually tell the human that. But that's kind of what we look for. Say good temperament, obedience, and being physically fit. And as part of the assessment process, stage 2 of the assessment is every dog that gets through the first part actually goes for a thorough medical, and we have vets in Chestermere and Airdrie who help us free of charge, providing free medicals for us to make sure the dogs are all healthy and fit for purpose, as they say. Okay, next slide, please. So, COVID. What a bunch of fun that's been for the last 15 months, I don't think. So, what are we doing? We recognised that there are people that are aching because they're missing our dogs. And we decided that we had to help out, particularly in the seniors environment. So I have the next slide, please. And we created this initiative called Stuffies for Seniors. What this was, it meant we would go out and buy stuffy dogs between 8 to 12 inches, and we would put one of our bandanas around the neck of each of these stuffies with a little note to the seniors saying how much we're missing them, we'll be back soon, or sort of an uplifting message to each of the seniors. And we've had a great success with this program. We are still fundraising, in fact, to buy yet more stuffies, because once one senior's home learns about it, it's amazing how others learn fairly quickly. We have currently donated stuffies to 5 different seniors homes, and there's more coming shortly. This particular one was again in Cochrane, one of the seniors homes there, excuse me, Points West. Absolute huge success. The feedback has been extremely positive, and we just recognise that it just gives seniors, I think particularly those suffering from dementia, something they can sort of relate to, and we just hope that we can get back in with the real dogs at some point. But in the meantime, we're going to continue with this initiative and go buy more stuffies. And in fact, one lady, excuse me, a friend of a friend found out about our Stuffies for Seniors initiative, and she offered to knit some stuffies for us. And up until this point, she's created or crocheted 6 dogs, and she's busy doing another 12 for us, which is wonderful. So this initiative has had the effect of actually motivating this lady in a way which we would never have dreamt of. So that's wonderful news for from our point of view. Next slide, please. Okay, so there's an awful lot that goes into running a therapy dog organization. From the get-go. We made lists and lists of things that had to be considered, from where are we going to get the dogs to what sort of dogs will be suitable. Do we need to be specific on breeds? How are we going to fund all this stuff? Who should know about us? How do we get our reach out there? And on it went. And I can't begin to really get into the nitty gritty of a lot of stuff on a quick presentation like this. So if you'd like to know more about, again, if you know who we are, I think you get a pretty good taste now of what we do. But just general, background information or nitty gritty stuff, I'd be more than happy to help you with that. Our website is packed with information. In fact, we're actually about to get a new website, new and improved website. But please check that one out, www.ctds.ca. Call me on that number anytime, and you can email me at info@ctds.ca as well. Yeah, we also are on Facebook. We're on Twitter. Tomorrow is an exciting opportunity for us. We're actually going to be outside of No Frills in Chestermere, and we are supporting Councillor Ritesh Narayan, his initiative, Drive Like Your Kids Live Here, it's called. And he very kindly said he would, what he wants to do with that initiative is give people sort of lawn signs to make sure that people don't drive too quickly in residential areas, particularly, in exchange for either a food item for the food bank or bottles and cans for the therapy dog program, because we have a continuous bottle collection program as one of our ways of funding our activities. So if you happen to find yourself in the No Frills area tomorrow morning between 10 and up to 3 o'clock in the afternoon, please stop by and say hi. There will be dogs there that you can meet and learn more about us. So next slide, please. Yep, this is Finn. Give you a little bit about how he's grown. So the little boy arrived in March of 2014. In the bottom left-hand corner, known as Mr. Yellow Bandana. He then grew a bit, and the second photograph in the middle was when he was about 9 months old. There he is on the right as one of our therapy dogs. It took him forever to calm down in terms of personality. He was all over the place, highly excited. He can still get excited, but he's calmed down an awful lot, to the point where he's now one of our therapy dogs. He doesn't have a regular sort of weekly slot, again, outside of COVID. He's been more of a substitute or a filler in the event that someone can't make it, or a one-off event, but he does a great job and loves seniors. Okay, final slide, please. So at this point, if I could kind of throw the ball in your direction and say, do you have any questions for me of any kind? Dog related, therapy dog related, or just, yeah, just furry dog on legs. Any questions at all?
Well, I have a question for you, Steve. What's the average age of your dogs, your therapy dogs?
The average, I would say, typically would be 5 to 7 years. But what we say, because that's a good question that people often ask me when they're inquiring about getting their own dogs assessed, is there a minimum age for the dog? And I say, not specifically. What we want to have the dog do is get through the puppy stage. Now, this can vary by breed and even by dog within that breed. We have young ones as young as 12, 14 months, up to dogs that are 11, 12 years. But I would say on average, 5 to 7 will be a fairly typical average age.
Thank you. And what is normally, you know, when you take a dog, a therapy dog into a senior's home, what is normally the, you know, the, what's the word that I'm looking for? Oh, I just lost it. Oh my God. I'm so sorry.
Reaction or?
Yeah, thank you, thank you.
Well, it's one of, you can just see the eyes light up. Suddenly there's a sort of the aura suddenly becomes really positive. Invariably, the seniors want to stroke the dog and talk to the dog. Some settings we go in seniors' homes, there's one large area where there may be 10 or 12 seniors, and we'll just visit each one, assuming they want to be visited, obviously. Other times we'll actually go room to room, and that's very much the option is the seniors' home, what they prefer from us. Do they prefer the room to room visits? In which case we have to make sure that we only go to the rooms where people want to be visited, obviously. But we also have the common setting where there's, as I said, 10, 12, 15 seniors, and we'll just go from one to one with the seniors, all visiting as well. Yeah.
Okay, so thank you. And I can see that Michael and Michelle have Miss Molly on their laps. Maybe Miss Molly wants to be a therapy dog.
I would love Miss Molly to be a therapy dog, and it's I'm waiting for the call from Michael and Michelle.
I think she's a little young yet.
Yes, I think you're right, but it's like all these things. You're always looking for the future development, and we have a number of dogs that aren't quite ready, but the feeling generally is that at some point they will be ready. And of course, unfortunately, dogs don't live as long as humans. So we obviously need to be aware of the fact that some dogs will pass. Since we've started, we've had, I'm guessing, 6 or 8 dogs that have passed. But having said that, of course, you know, we've got new dogs coming in. So it's never a dull moment in community therapy dogs.
So I just noticed a question in the chat. Do you work with seniors who want to overcome a fear of dogs?
Absolutely. We can do that. In fact, I've had more than one person contact me, either because their son, for example, in one situation was badly attacked by a dog in Langdon. But I've had also people, again, that for either cultural reasons or whatever, they are scared of dogs. And that's one of our initiatives over the long term to try and work with people who have a fear of dogs. There is only one way of getting over that fear, and that is to start meeting with the dogs in a controlled environment. Like, the dog will always be on leash in our program. There's never any situation where the dog is going to be off leash. But we start with the dogs that are gentle. Now, you know, within our program, there is gentle and there is gentle. But, you know, and I can certainly help people with that, because I can tell whether a dog will be suitable to start the process. And once people break through that, then it's amazing. I mean, we've done presentations to brownie groups, for example, and sometimes one of the brownies is afraid of dogs. But by the end of the session, then you find them stroking the dog and with a smile on their face. It's all the way, it's very much down to the way it's handled. But I can only I really hope that everyone gets the opportunity of being with a dog at some time in their life, because if they don't, they've missed out an awful lot. And I know it'll be a huge hole in my life if there weren't dogs around, because they add so much to a person's feeling of goodwill.
Steve, I want to say thank you very much for joining us this morning. Extremely motivating, inspiring, and uplifting. Seeing that slide with all the dogs' faces, oh my gosh, it really brought a smile to my heart. It really, really did. I am an owner of a golden doodle, so which is obviously a retriever and poodle. I'm very, very boisterous, 2 years old. Not quite right yet, but I would love for him to join a program like this.
Well, hang in there, because Finn took about 5 years to calm down. So,
oh my God!
So two is nothing.
Seriously, I've only got another 3. He's just 2. Okay, well, thank you very much for taking the time to speak to us today. And anybody can reach out to Steve if you're interested in being part of this program. We can put your information up on our website. So again, thank you. It was a great presentation, and we look forward to seeing you again.
Great, my pleasure. Bye-bye now.
Bye-bye. Bye. Okay, so next up will be Todd Mcbride from the Chestermere Whitecappers talking about kayaking. We've got a minute before we start that presentation. Please get up and stretch. I'm conscious that a lot of folks are sitting down at this moment in time. So get up, have a quick stretch, bathroom break, grab yourself a cup of coffee, and we will begin at 11:30. Thank you.
Sharon, will I be able to just do this by sharing my screen?
You can, Todd. Chelsea, do you want to guide Todd through this?
I mean, I didn't have a PowerPoint presentation. I just put the slides together so they would just come up in order to match the presentation.
Yeah, absolutely. Chelsea will be able to help you with this. Chelsea, are you there?
Yes. So Todd, are you saying you don't have a PowerPoint, but you sent me images, right?
Well, I sent a whole bunch of images to Sharon, but then I realized if you're just going to go through and use share, I mean, I can do that. I can probably do the share from here.
Okay.
Those are the ones I sent you this morning, Chelsea.
Yeah.
So
I can just make you.
How do I go into share mode? Because I could share them from this end.
So there should be a share button at the bottom of your screen.
Yeah.
And if you have the images open already on your computer, there should be one of the windows should be your image. Let's see.
So that did it. So now I'll just from here.
Yeah,
will it advance through?
You'll just have to click your arrows the way you would normally.
I'll just check this. Oh, participants can now see what you're doing. Okay, now I just need to. So I'm sharing. Now oh yeah. Okay, that's perfect. Just as simple as that. All right. I think
Perfect.
I'm doing it. Okay, so how do I go out? How do I back out of this share, or do I just leave it here till it starts?
You can leave it open.
Okay, I'll just leave it there.
Okay. We'll begin. Okay, so just to let everybody know who's on this call or participating in this wellness fair, that we will be recording the sessions today. So good morning and thank you for joining us. My name is Sharon Matthewman and I am a Seniors and Community Development Facilitator for the City of Chestermere. We're delighted that you could join us. Each half an hour we are having different guest presenters on all different topics, whether it's an activity, whether it's information, lots of different things happening today. So without further ado, I would like to introduce Todd Mcbride. Todd is from the Chestermere Whitecappers and is an avid kayaker. You can often find him out on that Chestermere Lake chasing around after all the swans and everything else at high speed in that kayak. So welcome, Todd, and we look forward to hearing more.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know how avid of a kayaker, but it's just another thing that I do. I into the sport rather casually. I guess I've done it around here only because I kind of promoted it there with the Whitecappers and invited people to go on a few few trips that we organized. So this little bit of a presentation, basically I just cobbled together pictures of some local places that you can go kayaking and give you some idea what to whet your interest for seniors' interest in maybe taking up kayaking on the side and doing this. And then so the first part of it will show the local areas to go in, and then then I have a part there where I'll describe a little bit the equipment, the different kayaks and the safety equipment you need in that. And then the last little bit of the presentation, I'll just show you how to use that little kayak launch that's down there at the north end of the marina along by City Hall there. So I guess the first thing is we'll talk about the areas that people would want to go kayaking. Probably the easiest and simplest place to go kayaking around here is just on the north end of the lake. It's the whole area most people would know is probably not really even over your head as far as water depth. It's very calm. You can stay around the shores if you want to be in even shallower water, and it's a very easy place to take up kayaking if you're an absolute beginner. You're not in deep water. There's no you don't have to worry about the weather or planning your trip or anything. Just simply take a kayak out there, throw it in and go. Here's this picture is us out there kayaking with old John Timmerman, who's a very avid kayaker that's on the lake just about every day he can be. There's some other people that seem to come down to the park there and launch their kayaks, and you'll see endless amounts of what do they call them, stand-up boards, paddle boarders out there. So it's about as simple and safe an environment as you can go kayaking in. Of course, if you want to go under the bridge and out into the bigger part of the lake, then you maybe have a little bit of traffic to deal with in the bigger boats and all. And I suppose if you go way down the end of the lake, you got to keep your eye on the weather so that the storm doesn't come up and force you to go in and pack your kayak back or hitchhike home. But this north end of the lake makes for a nice little hour-long trip to take a circle around the whole thing and back to the launch. And I guess if you're a bit of a naturalist, you probably like to go up there and look along the rushes and stuff and see the birds and a bit of wildlife. The next place I think I have pictures of is if next stage up would be to go down the Bow River. A typical trip on the Bow River would be to put in over at Boness Park and kayak down the river on a calm day and down into the downtown. You can see this is that Peace Bridge or whatever downtown. When the river's low, the water often would be over your head, but there's no, the water depth would be over your head. But for the most part, it's a flat water trip. There's hardly any waves to be dealt with, and it's mostly a float trip. And certainly, if you check the weather or check the river conditions and make sure the river's low, it's pretty much a beginner trip as well. If you go out there on your average weekend day, you'll find the place just crowded with these kind of boats of everything from kayaks to little floaty inflatables to whatever. So it makes for a nice trip, a nice family trip, because virtually everybody can pretty easily do it. If you're looking for something more adventuresome, you start from the zoo there and go downstream, and that'll take you to this Harvey Passage. You've probably maybe heard of Harvey Passage. That seems to be the destination for all the people that want a little more adventure with their kayaks. There you come down the river and you go through this little series of rapids that are off on the left side, and then on down the river, and you might go all the way to Fish Creek Park or maybe just go down as far as Glenmore Trail. That would be a few hour run. If you really don't like the looks of these rapids, you can just pull out at the top and just pack your kayak down through there. It's obviously 100 yards to carry your kayak, and put in below them. I think the trip we did last time we went through there, even with just ordinary kayaks, I think most people got through. I think a couple people dumped, but it was doable. Unless you're an avid kayaker and right into it, I guess then you go and play in the big part where you can see those 3 big rapids are at. But anyhow, a trip to the city on a nice calm day when the river is low is mostly a float trip, just like you see upstream of these rapids. Another trip you might do that's a real simple trip and very safe is just do the Elbow River. you put in downstream of Glenmore Reservoir, and then you just go down through the Elbow River, winding through that residential area, and you come out right about at the zoo. Or if you don't want to cross the Bow River there, you can come out right in, I guess it'd be Inglewood there. So that piece of the river section, if the river's really low, you'll end up actually having to occasionally get out and drag your kayak along because the water will be so shallow. There's barely a place in that whole section that would be over your head, and you'll just find huge amounts of people like this that are on any kind of a kayak or canoe or floaty going down there with kids and all. So it's a pretty safe, simple little trip there. If you're looking for something more adventuresome out of town and around southern Alberta, you might consider going over to Drumheller. The river there, of course, again, is a float trip really, and you could put in up at by Tyrrell Museum somewhere there and just go down through the town and pull out down at the city center, or you can go farther down and go clear down to Dorothy or down to East Cooley or somewhere. And that river again is just a float trip. Few places in the river when it's low like this would be over your head, so it's a pretty safe trip for most anyone. You could do that with anything from these fancier long river kayaks to any kind of kayak really. Your simplest, cheapest little Walmart kayak was just fine for this type of trip. Further down the river, I think this is a picture of Writing on Stone. It's another scenic place you could go on a summer trip if you were going camping down there. Take some kayaks and throw in the river and float down through Writing on Stone. The river, the Milk River there, will generally be even shallower than this, and again, if you don't catch it running a little bit, it might be even so low that the kayak will hardly, you'll have a problem bottoming out most places. But it's certainly a very simple trip and a place that even little kids could go. Or if you're maybe more adventuresome and want to do something more up in the mountains, there's these wonderful scenic places up at Banff that you go kayaking to, and if you pick the right section of river, it'll be nice and calm and scenic and not too much for risk. But of course, the water will be fairly cold, and there'll be quite a bit of current in some areas, so you want to be a little careful. And you also will have some leaning trees and stuff there that pose some hazard along the shore. So before you go up there, you probably need to be a little bit skilled at kayaking. I just do it pretty casually, so I wouldn't. But I'd give it a little thought before I headed down a river like this. I'd be a little careful to make sure I had my safety gear with me and had scouted the river well, so I know what I'm getting into. I wouldn't want to come around the corner and find a rapid or anything real big. Now, the type of equipment that you need to do these trips with, the most simplest thing you'd start with is just your economy sit-atop kayak. Sit-atop kayak is a kayak where you sit on top of it, and your butt is really above the water level. So the kayak itself is actually a sealed. It's like a surfboard. It's a sealed thing, so it's unsinkable, and it's very easy to get out of because if you tip over, you simply fall out in the water. So there's no danger of you getting tangled up. So these would be the simplest ones to begin with little kids. You could buy a version of this that doesn't actually have the chair in it. You just sit in a pocket within the plastic there, within the seat, and of course the base equipment you need the most basic stuff you need is your kayak and of course nothing more than your paddles plus your safety gear. Here's the more common style of kayak. This is what I've got. Is a bunch of these that we just started with. We just bought ordinary. I guess they're Acadian is the brand name, and they're from Undercurrents, but they're the same thing you buy at Canadian Tire or Walmart or any of those places. It's not too long, so it's not a sleek sea kayak, and yet it's not too short, so it tracks reasonably well when you paddle it. You sit down in it, and it's open topped. So if you do tip it over, it is going to fill with water. But I think I've been playing around with kayaks for 20 years now, and I've yet to tip one over. Maybe I'm not that adventuresome, and I never get into too much for bad water. But these things, I find these things are very easy to learn to run, and quite frankly, they're more stable than a high Coleman canoe with high seats in it. The next other type of kayak you might buy, if you don't have a place to store your kayak, this picture's a little small, is an inflatable kayak. And basically, that's just the same kind of a set-atop setup, but you inflate it, and that way you can store it in the trunk of your car or haul it out in your SUV or something. Of course, with other kayaks, you're going to need some sort of a roof rack or some way to haul them, unless you're doing it right here in Chestermere, and then you might just carry it over and throw it in the lake if you could store it somewhere right on the lakeside. If you're more into going to do some more big fancy kayaking and head to the West Coast or anything, of course, maybe you'll buy one of these fancier, sleeker, I guess they'd call it a sea kayak. It's usually long and it's fairly sleek, and they tend to be narrow, so they are tippier, but they do make for a much more efficient. Like if you're really trying to go somewhere, trying to get somewhere, you'll want one of these slender kayaks that speeds along through the water much better. I guess they're the Ferrari of kayaks, and a lot of them will have a rudder on the back, and that makes it track a little straighter and a little neater if you're actually trying to get somewhere. Different times when we used to run this camp out by Dinosaur Park, we would see the University of Calgary people come in these kayaks, and they would have gone all the way from Finnegan. They'd do 40 miles of river in a day without a hesitation in these kind of kayaks, because they'd have one or two people in them, and they'd be sweeping along there at about 6 or 8 miles an hour. But that's for the real avid kayaker. I would think most of the seniors that want to go kayaking, you just want one of those general, easy to use, simple kayaks that tracks reasonably well, and something you can buy for $500 on sale at Walmart, and give it to the kids when you're done with it. Of course, if you're really gung-ho into it, here you get yourself one of these short pumpkin seed shaped kayaks, and you go up to Banff and you find yourself a big waterfall and you go for it. I don't suppose there's too many seniors into it, but if you haven't kayaked all your life and swim awfully well, you're probably a damn fool to go into one here or something like this.
I gotta ask, is that you in action, Todd?
No. I'm not at all an avid kayaker. I'm just a casual kayaker who just bought the cheap plastic kayaks and just likes to go out and just go on the simple trips. If you're into this, you better know what you're doing, and you better have scouted the river. In fact, well, I guess I'll cover that. The safety thing here is knowing what's downriver matters a hell of a lot if you go to the mountains. If you're out here in a bald prairie, I mean, you mostly look at the sky and don't worry much about the river. Anyway, so for safety equipment, so your kayak and your paddle, obviously your life jacket. I guess it's so obvious that I almost left that out. I always wear my life jacket all the time in the kayak. That's because I'm not really much of a swimmer. But other than that, the Coast Guard requires these few things. You're required to have your throw line, your whistle, and your bailer. Although I don't know what you'd really use a bailer for in a kayak. And I guess if you're going to be out there at night, they're going to want you to have a flashlight. So this little kit, I think you buy this for $10 at Canadian Tire, and that's one thing that they'll check you for. Even here on the north end of the lake, they'll expect you to have this stuff. Of course, if you're into sea touring, kayaking, you're one of these guys that's a real enthusiast into it. Well, of course, there's a ton of expensive equipment you can buy that goes with that. Everything from your high quality life jackets to dry bags to tow lines to signal flares and GPSs and all that kind of stuff. But unless you're going to become quite an avid kayaker and head for the big water, you won't need any of this equipment around here, I wouldn't think. I guess this is another picture of typical amount of equipment you'd have for a kayak. If you buy a sleek kayak like this, you'll probably spend at least a couple $1,000 on it. You might pick one up on sale for $1,200 or something. But whereas the simplest kayaks, I think I seen them at Walmart over here the other day for a good beginner kayak for under $500. And these paddles, if you just buy ordinary straightforward paddles, you'll pick those up for $50. But of course, if you want to spend $100 or $200 and buy something that's fancy wood grain or something pretty, you can spend quite a bit more. And then, of course, for the other accessories, I guess it's a question what all you think you should have with you for convenience stuff. So once you've got your pack, your rope, your whistle, your life jacket, and your baler, I guess the next thing you'd think about having with you is be a warm, dry coat. Even in the Bow River out here, if you get dumped, you might be glad to have yourself something dry to put on, at least a windbreaker or a coat to put on to warm yourself up a little bit if you're going to go on down the river. You probably always want sandals with you or something. You know, I often kayak bare feet, but if you end up having to walk anywhere after you get out of the river, you're going to sure want a set of sandals or cheap shoes with you. And of course, suntan lotion and a hat if you're heading to Medicine Hat or out to Drumheller or somewhere like that, or even riding on Stone. And then of course there's a whole bunch of convenient stuff you could buy. You know, your water bottles, your you can buy fancier seat cushions to make them more comfortable. You can buy of course, a lot of people like to have a dry bag. Then you can put your phone and stuff like that in it, as well as maybe your spare clothes and your lunch, and shoes and sandals in it. Something else you'd buy probably is maybe a phone or a camera bag or one of them little things. So if you drop your camera, you don't lose it. So you want a little floaty thing to have your phone or camera in. And another safety thing, I guess maybe I should pay to put it in there as a higher priority, is if you go somewhere other than, say, right here in Calgary or Chestermere or something, you really need to scout the river or know what's on the river. Don't head into a mountain river not knowing what's downstream. You need to know what the flow is doing. Like, don't go on them if they're in flood. So you need to go to Alberta Environment's river flow site if you're heading somewhere where you're not able to just look at the river. And you need to check the weather, because you don't want to head out on 20 miles going down through the Red Deer River and get out there and discover, well, there's a hailstorm blowing in or a hell of a wind blowing in. Or you don't want to go out there and find out the river's in flood. So one of the sites you can check is Alberta Environment's river flow site, and that'll be quite easy to find on the internet. But here, the main graph you'll look at is they'll show you what the range of normal flow is, and then you'll see what the water flow is doing right at present. For example, this one for Drumheller, you can see that right now the flow in Drumheller is down to lower than average by quite a ways. A few years ago, when it was in flood, this would be way up and off the chart. So if you're going to everywhere from, say, Milk River or Red Deer River or any of the places up around Banff, you certainly would do well to check the river flow and know what it's doing, because if it's in any level of flood, that poses a lot of extra risk, and if it's in a real flood, well, then you better be rather expert to be on it. I guess the last thing I'll put here is, I'm running out of time. Just show you how that little yak port thing. I mean, you probably noticed on the little wharf that's downtown, there's now this plastic doodad on the north end of it. That's something that John Timmerman here donated to the city. It's called a yak port by the company that makes it, and it's for launching kayaks. So you take your kayak, you throw it down in that thing, and then you've got a comfortable way to get and handle to get down there and get into your kayak, and then you just set out from that thing, and when you come back, you come into it from the east side and grab those long bars and pull your kayak up in there, and then I made a hook there so you could stand up on the dock and just reach down with the hook that's hanging on a rope there, pull your kayak up out of there, and it makes for an easy and safe way for a senior to get in and out of the lake. I guess that's the end of my slides there. So, there any questions or anything anybody wants to talk about more?
So, just an observation. So, this can be done at any age, and John is in his 80s, correct?
Yeah, he'd be well into his 80s. I think Lenny was kayaking a couple of years ago, but I think Lenny can't quite kayak now. She needs a walker to walk, so she isn't quite that adventurous now.
That's just amazing, and that that system there, which will enable people to put their kayaks in to get in the water much easier, is absolutely fantastic.
Yeah.
So a question for you. So how would somebody, if they decided to buy a hard kayak, so not an inflatable, like a kayak which has been shown, how would they transport it?
Well, that is the one thing. You buy a fairly short one, and you'll put it on a roof rack. But that is one thing. You either need a pickup truck or a roof rack, or of course a trailer, if you're going to be routinely going off kayaking somewhere. And so these shorter ones, like John's got here, this one here is pretty simple kayak that he's got. That would easily go on a roof rack. But that is one handicap of the kayak.
Yeah.
Unless you got an inflatable, you've got to be able to transport them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I paddleboard, I had a hard board, and it was just such a nuisance carting it around. So now I have a blow-up board. I think a question which may be on everybody's lips is that another safety aspect is about, should you be able to swim? I mean, of course, you're going to wear a life jacket, but should you be able to swim going out in a kayak?
Yeah, and it depends so much on the environment you go into it. I'd say I'm pretty much a non-swimmer, although I think I could get myself from a boat. I could probably get 100 feet to shore on a good day if I went in without a big splash. But I've kayaked on these rivers, and you're seldom in water over your head. I'm quite comfortable floating in a life jacket in a river, and but maybe I'm foolish. I don't know. It probably would be better if you got to be comfortable in the water. If you go into a major panic just because you're in the water in a life jacket, yeah, you probably shouldn't be kayaking. You probably shouldn't be kayaking anywhere, even in these shallow waters, probably.
Yeah.
But the north end of the lake, I think most people realize, probably there's hardly a place in the north end of the lake except the very middle of it that would be over a person's head. So, I mean, even there, for your first times out, I'd say if you feel better about it, stay along the shore. If you go in the water, it won't be waist deep. It might be mucky as hell.
Thanks, Todd. I think Michael has a question. Michael, go ahead.
Not so much a question, just a comment. We used to teach kayaking at Mountain Equipment Co-op, and one of the things we taught people was how to self-rescue. So if you're doing any type of trip, now Chestermere Lake, as Todd said, is very shallow. But if you're we ran into a situation, Todd and my wife and a bunch of us were kayaking from the zoo downstream, and we were going to pull out at Sukhumi Lake. And Michelle hit a outcropping of trees, and basically I ran into the back of her. Her boat flipped, my boat flipped. Michelle was trapped under her boat with the current. If you know anything about hydraulics, the current is very strong. If she didn't know how to self-rescue, she would have been dead. So if you're doing any gnarly type trips, that's a really important thing to consider. And it's really, it's not that difficult. It sounds tough, but it's not that difficult. The other thing that that's really becoming prevalent now, I had 2 hard shell kayaks similar to what's being shown. And I sold mine mainly because I didn't feel like driving with a trailer. I transported mine with a trailer. I bought an inflatable. So those can fit in a bag, go in the back of your trunk, and you buy an electric pump to inflate it. And they also come with manual pumps. And they're so much easier to use and to transport and everything else. So look for them, and they're not that expensive either.
Yeah. No, it's like if people wanted to kayak like John does right here in the lake, it sure would be nice if the city would let us just put a kayak rack right down there by somewhere around where the library is, so you could just leave your kayak on a rack there, just like they do in Glenmore Reservoir, and you just buy a cheap, inexpensive, kayak, so nobody's likely to steal it, and lock it up there, and then you wouldn't have the transport thing. You'd simply walk down there, grab your kayak, drag it over, and throw it in the lake. Away you go, just like they do in the Glenmore. But that way, seniors right here in town could just do it right from city center. But until we have some storage, some place you can stash your kayak, you do have this little problem of transporting your kayak. rigged up a little wheel rig for John. He lives in the Bay Club, so he just stores his kayak in there by his car, and then he pulls it down there. But not everybody's within a couple hundred yards of the lake. So.
Well, thank you very much, Todd. That was absolutely fantastic presentation. I'm hoping that we can see more seniors out and about on the lake now. And isn't there somewhere on the lake where you can actually rent a kayak if you don't want to go out and buy it straight away?
Yeah, I guess John Kettler. I think they rent those little sit-top kayaks right there at the landing if you want to just try it out.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, go check it out, and thank you so much, Todd. And I look forward to seeing a lot more people participating out there on the lake on a kayak. Thank you very much for a great presentation.
You're welcome.
Okay, so we've got a couple of minutes. So next up will be, I hope I say this right, Ashi Saini, who's a program facilitator with Synergy, and she will be talking about the Grand Letters Pen Pal program. So just to let you know, everybody, that all these sessions today are being recorded. As I said, we've got a couple of minutes, so please get up and move around and grab yourself a cuppa or bathroom. I don't want everybody sitting here all day and getting stiff. Okay, I'm just going to mute for a minute or so, and I look forward to joining you in a second. Okay, so welcome back. And as I said, our next guest speaker is Ashi with the Grand Letters Pen Pal program. Thank you so much for joining us at the Wellness Fair today and for Seniors Week, Ashi.
No worries. It's my pleasure to be here. And it's Ashi, by the way.
Ashi, okay,
Ashi,
my
yeah.
apologies.
No worries. So I can get started right away here. So as you guys, well, as you will know, I started the Grand Letters program about last year at this time, in light of COVID and just in light of the disconnect I was kind of sensing between younger generations and older generations. So what is the goal of the Grand Letter program? So we have been doing our best to stay physically distanced and staying connected, but that can be really challenging, as we all know. And so we at Synergy created a Grand Letter program to create a new social connection between the two groups that people tend to falsely assume have the least in common, which are young people and seniors. So when these two populations are paired, they can have a lot of fun and learn a lot about one another. So the Grand Letters program connects them with the goal of doing just that and creating that reciprocal mentorship between the generations. In terms of participants, it's a pen pal program that's currently being facilitated through email, but hopefully, fingers crossed, once the pandemic lightens up, we can go to handwritten letters and get a bit more of that ingenuity into there once we can do it safely. So we at Synergy began the program with our Shout Girls, which is a year-round structured support circle for girls aged 10 to 12. And we began this in the beginning of June last year. So it's a female identifying program where the Shout Girls are matched with ladies from around the community who are 55 years or older by reaching out to local groups. So we started off with the Chestermere Whitecappers and then linked in old kids clubs, as well as through informal community connections such as these members' sisters or family members, anyone who wanted to join and wanted to be part of it. So once matched by a program facilitator, which is myself, the paired pen pals are then provided with their email addresses and they exchange one letter a week, roughly. That number can be changed depending on the participants. It can be more frequent or less frequent. And then any issues with confidentiality and safety are addressed by having the parents agree to screen all outgoing and incoming letters. Additionally, both the Grand Ladies and the Shout Girls are advised to reach out to me if they have any concerns regarding their pen pals, whether that be somebody not responding as frequently as they like, somebody saying anything questionable. So just like having that safety net of me in there as well to make sure everyone's there for the right reasons. And then for participants, we have some quotes as well. So as hoped, the program has really taken off, and we have about 13 pairs, so about 26 people in the program right now. And it's become a really enjoyable part of both the girls and the ladies' weeks. So friendships are being formed across generations, and they're creating new ideas and a new layer of social support for participants. One of our Grand Lady describes her experiences as being really enjoying the exchanges that she's having with her pen pal. And she's pleased to hear that some of the older hobbies that they used to have, like cross-stitching and sewing, are being passed down to younger generations. Another Grand Lady describes the emails to be a breath of fresh air in their weeks, and she quickly looks forward to them each week. And then a lot of the Shout Girls, or the younger girls who are in the program, have similar reactions to their email exchanges, with nearly all of them exclaiming how fun, sweet, and kind their pen pals are. And with the pandemic and never having seen them in over almost a year now, they're really just looking forward to meet them as soon as possible. In the next slide here, for those of you who can't see, we have some pictures of some of the Shout Girls. In Christmas, we did a stocking exchange as an effort to try and get them a little bit more connected and have a physical takeaway and reminder of their pen pal. So Synergy set up and provided some bags, some stocking stuffers. So the stockings were there, and then some other decoration items were as well. So then each participant had to decorate a stocking for their pen pal. And then we facilitated the pickup and drop off in a COVID-friendly way. But basically, some of the Grand Ladies went away and started sewing things and stitching things. Some of the younger kids just grabbed some felt and glue and threw it on there, but everyone got something that was specialized for them, and they really enjoyed it. As you can see, we even had one participant in the bottom left corner there who Zoomed her Grand Lady while making the stocking. So they were doing it together, even though they were physically distanced. In light of how great that program was and how many people enjoyed having a souvenir and a way to connect with their pen pal on a bit of a different level, we'll be doing a similar outdoor in-person activity on June 25th. Fingers crossed it all goes as planned. But we have each of the pen pals on the mission right now to go find or create a little planter that they can decorate as they would like to for their pen pal. And then on the 25th, they'll be coming to the Synergy Center and planting a flower in their planters and exchanging them with their pen pal. So that'll be hopefully the day that they get to meet their pen pals in person, physically distanced, but doing an activity together that's safe and that hopefully everybody enjoys. So what's in store for the future? To build these numbers in the fall with some new Shout Girls, as we have a new cohort coming in, and then there's also the senior home that is now opening in Chestermere, and as soon as that's at full capacity, we'll look to expanding it a bit more, seeing if anyone else would like to be connected, and building those relationships. And we're also looking for continual feedback on how to make the program more accessible for seniors and youth, and how to make it a bit better, more interactive, something you are looking forward to. So if you have any questions or comments in terms of that, I would love to hear it, or you can send me an email. And as the program grows, we hope that our sense of community will grow exponentially and create irreplaceable connections. So that's a big part of Synergy, and I think Chestermere as a whole. So we really would just love to see the generations and people in general just getting more connected, meeting strangers, creating those bonds, and having more familiar faces in the community. Anyone have any questions?
Thanks, Ashi, for a great presentation. I do have a couple of questions, actually. Is there anything in store for grandpas, granddads? Will you be, branching out into that field?
I would love to. I think the only reason we're we started with females and girls just because I was running the girls program, and I know that they had the interest to write those letters. I would definitely bring it up with the program facilitator of the boys group and see if there's any interest in the younger youth boys to write those letters, because I think it would just be getting them to write the letters that would be a little bit difficult in terms of getting it to be a grandpas and boys program as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that would be a great intergenerational program, because we do know that as well as ladies, men do struggle with mental health as well. So that would be a great way to connect with the younger generation and, you know, bring some of those skill sets together as well, because, you know, we can both learn from each other, whether you're an older, mature adult, or whether you're a younger person. There's always room for learning.
Yeah, and if there is an older grandpa here who would like to be a pen pal, please do email me, and I can try and find you somebody who would be able to and willing and excited to write back to you every week.
So how can somebody contact you?
You can email me at my Synergy email. So it's Ashi, so my name, ASHI, at yoursynergy.ca.
Okay, and we will put those details in the the chat box here.
Yep.
Is there any more questions? Anybody got any questions? Anybody wanting to participate in this amazing program?
Sharon, this is Jen.
Hi,
I've
Jen.
participated in it. Hi. It's really been fun to email this young woman and find out about her life. So just encourage people to do it if they haven't. So yeah, I started at the beginning of the program, but and right now we're making we're getting ready to do the little planters. So that looks like it'll be fun. Yeah. So
that's great. That's
just
great,
encourage.
Jen, you're involved.
Yeah, encourage other people to do that. Particularly some of the kids' grandparents aren't nearby, so during that year it was kind of neat to be able to connect with this girl whose grandparents live quite far away. So
yeah, absolutely. And I think it'll be even, you know, nicer for everybody as well when you can actually meet in person, because I assume everybody's thinking, well, what does she look like? And are we going to have anything in common? And, you know, just meeting for a picnic in the park or something eventually would be fantastic. Okay, any more questions? Okay, well, thank you so very much for joining us today. That is great to learn a little bit more about your program, Ashi. And yeah, you know, thinking ahead, rolling it out to grandpas, granddads would be fantastic too. So thank you very much for your time. And I'm hoping, you know, because of the presentation today, we can give you a few more folks who might be interested.
Great. Thank you so much for having me, and I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you very much. Take care. Okay, folks, so we've got a bit of a break for now. So we will be starting again at 12:30, where we will have our special guest, Nicole Gibson from Crystal Licking Hippie, talking about chakras, crystal healing, and Reiki. So we've got probably about 17 or 18 minutes break. So please get up, walk around, as I said, and make yourself a drink. Okay, I look forward to seeing you at 12:30. A spare couple of hours and you want to catch up on what's been happening today. So my name is Sharon Matthewman. I am I'm wondering what I am today because I think it's been such a long week. But I am the Seniors and Community Development Facilitator for the City of Chestermere. And I'm delighted to be hosting this event today on behalf of the Seniors Week Committee. We've had some amazing presentations talking everything from dog therapy, to going kayaking, to information about the grandparents program, and many more. So this afternoon, the chakras, crystal healing, and Reiki, I know nothing about, absolutely. And people always say to me, I'm pretty knowledgeable in most areas. I don't even know if I'm saying chakras right. I have no idea what a chakra is. So without further ado, I really would like to welcome our guest speaker, Nicole Gibson from Crystal Licking Hippie. Over to you.
Thank you, Shannon. So first, I'd like to say thank you for including me in this Wellness Expo. I am really, really excited to talk to you guys today about the chakras and Reiki and crystal healing, because this is absolutely my passion. I am a Reiki master teacher and have been for the past 6 years. This is something for me, I live and breathe. It's such a wonderful healing modality. But I'm sure many of you are wondering what on earth Reiki is. So Reiki is a therapy that uses the energy in a person's own body to regain spiritual balance. The word Reiki comes from 2 Japanese words, Rei meaning higher power and Ki meaning life force energy. The original Usui Reiki was designed by Mr. Usui, who was a Japanese Buddhist. And he created this form of channeling energy to heal the body and the mind back in the 1800s. It's taking that energy and through a practitioner being able to channel it throughout the body and remove blockages, help with various ailments. It's a spiritually guided life force and energy that each of us carry within ourselves. This is not anything that we do not carry within our bodies already. With Reiki, especially working with seniors, many of us struggle with discomforts. Arthritis pain is a real big one. Stiffness in joints, injuries that are slow to heal as well. When your body has an energy block, and it's not something that will be super noticeable, especially in the beginning. It could be something that you feel really, really tired and you just don't have that oomph to get up in the day. It could be reliving old patterns. You keep replaying things in your mind, all past errors or things that you perceive to be. Reiki helps being able to remove that block. It allows the energy to flow, and that stagnant energy that your body is trying to release to get rid of patterns, even just to be able to bring new energy in. It allows it to move and you feel more like yourself again. It helps with arthritis and moving the inflammation so that it will flow out of the body. With injuries that are slow to heal, if you apply Reiki energy, your body will heal itself faster. The energy that we are putting into things that aren't serving us, I know I keep saying that, but things that aren't high on our priorities, sometimes our body will prioritize over what we want because we are focusing more on that. So being able to direct that energy into an area that needs healing will allow the physical to heal faster. It also helps with stress, being able to relax to get a good night's sleep. And one of my favorites is for patients going through chemo. It helps with a lot of the side effects with the nausea. It helps with the pain reduction as well. Reiki all around is an absolutely wonderful healing modality that allows the person to feel like themselves. Reiki is healing touch. So it is placing the practitioner, placing their hands on an area that is injured or sore and just trying to move that energy up throughout the body. It helps stiff shoulders, sore feet. And normally if you are sensitive to touch, with the heat that is generated through Reiki, it helps relieve muscle tension, circulation. It also boosts the nervous system. If you are adverse to touch, it can be done just above the body without actually touching the person. This energy works throughout the entire auric field and can be done whether it's on a table, whether it is done distance, or whether it is done sitting in a chair, whatever is most comfortable for you at that time. Reiki spreads throughout, as it spreads throughout the entire body. The benefits are, I don't think I can get through all of them today, but boosts vitality, rejuvenates energy. It allows you to think more clearly. I know when even as a practitioner, I see another master once a week, helps me be able to sleep more thoroughly. It allows me to get through all that I have. Grief helps me process grief more thoroughly, being able to just think more clearly. I love to combine crystal healing with the Reiki. Crystal healing, crystals themselves holds an energy force of the earth and a healing and a vibration. And when you pair that with the Reiki energy that is already flowing through the client and the practitioner as a channel, just amplifies it tenfold. You pick a crystal that aligns with the intention. So if you are, for example, if you are healing stomach troubles or
Sorry, Nicole, we
anything
lost
to do
you then.
Oh,
Hi.
I'm back.
Yeah, you're back.
Perfect. Sorry, my Wi-Fi out here can be a little spotty. I apologize. So if you're dealing with like say stomach issues or something in relation to like a blood disorder, pairing the bloodstone onto the client and laying that while doing and channeling the Reiki energy is going to amplify not only the Reiki but the properties within that crystal. So during a Reiki session, kind of just a typical Reiki session is about 60 minutes. During your first meeting, you'll get to know your Reiki practitioner, chat about your expectations, what to expect throughout the session, any symptoms or any medications that you may be on, and anywhere that you have sensitivity to touch or any injuries that if the practitioner was to touch you, that would cause more harm than good. Then usually the session, there is no talking. It's channeling through the energy through you, working through and allowing just that sense of calm. Usually throughout the session, you could feel heat, tingling, a sensation of, as the practitioner, for example, could be at your feet, but you will feel it, the energy through the top of your head. And that's completely normal. The more that you are open to the modality, the deeper the connection is going to be, and the more benefits you are going to get from the healing. It's as with anything, the more open you are, the more willing to receive, the more benefits you're going to gain from it. It's a absolutely wonderful for, oh, sorry, my words here. With Reiki, it's not something that is just talked about in small circles anymore. You can find Reiki in many of the hospitals. There are doctors. There's an international association that is surgeons and doctors who practice Reiki, who go into their surgeries and do Reiki while performing the surgery. It is something that has become very well known. It is something that is not so taboo to talk about anymore. Something that doctors and nurses and everyone is seeing the benefit of. When it comes to chakras, chakras are energy centers within the body. So there are 7 major chakras. You have your crown chakra, third eye, your throat, your heart, your solar plexus, your sacral, and your root chakra. And if these energies out of balance or not quite spinning properly, as I like to say, you'll find that, again, you feel off. And this could be something to throw your chakras out. Could be something physical, such as an injury. It could be something mental, such as a different, like a mindset. It could be something like grief, and it could just be everyday wear and tear. You know, our root chakra and the chakras in our feet that pull up and release old energy tend to get blocked just from all of what we have to carry throughout the day. This pandemic especially has been very heavy on a lot of people. I know I am very guilty of that. It has been weighing a lot of people down. And when you get so heavy, it's hard to feel in the back of your mind that you can be okay again. So with summer and spring, being able to be outside is wonderful. One of my favorite energy clearings, and if you get the chance, please go, is to go outside when it is windy or storming and just imagine as that wind is blowing through you, it is wiping out of all of the energy centers of your body. It is just taking what is weighing you down and allowing it to flow with the wind. It's amazing when you set your mind and you set that intention, how much lighter you will feel. And with Reiki, the practitioners are there to guide you and to facilitate your healing. Practitioner, we aren't there to fix you. We are not here to heal you. We are here to allow you to facilitate your healing, because you are not broken. There's nothing. You are whole. You are perfect. You just have a little gunk on the lens. You know, if your glasses or your phone was to get dirty, you take a cloth and you polish it up. It's the same with our energy and how we feel. It's being able to take that recharge and to do it for yourself. Self-care especially has become so much more important than we ever thought. Taking that time, whether it's, you know, going outside and being in the wind, as I like to do, or making yourself that cup of tea, or coming to see a practitioner for any sort of healing, massage, Reiki, crystal healing, any chakra balancing. There are so many energy and benefit modalities out there. take that time for yourself. Self-care is so important. And whew, got a little heavy there. I'm sorry. It's such an amazing experience that I do hope, if you get a chance to try. It is sometimes hard towards how you experience session because it is different for everyone. We are all so different. From my experience as being a practitioner for as long as I have and for getting my sessions, it's something I cannot imagine my life without. It is the core foundation of who I am, and I adore it. And I do hope that should it be something that interests you, you reach out and give it a try. If anyone has any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer any.
Yeah, I'm just wondering. So some folks obviously are still working. We still have some older mature adults or seniors working. So can you access Reiki through benefits?
So Reiki itself, I'm afraid, is not covered under benefits yet. It is going through the associations, and I'm fingers crossed. I'm hoping one of these days that it will be, but as of right now, no, I'm afraid not.
Nicole, is it included in alternative therapies? I know with our plan that we used to get $300 or $400 a year towards things like acupuncture, massage. Is Reiki included in with that? Do you know? Or
It
not
might
sure?
be. I'm
Just
honestly, I'd rather say I am not sure than
Yeah.
give any wrong information.
Absolutely. I think too, Nicole, yeah, I love what you're doing. And just to add on to that a little bit, I think a lot of us are looking for alternative therapies. And I think that the things that you've talked about today, the Reiki and the chakras, and I forget the other one. But anyway, yeah, it's just some modalities to look into as a different choice from maybe prescription drugs. And I think that a lot of us get concerned. I know for myself, I always think I don't want to get on the pill merry-go-round, but at the same time, you know, that there is a place for traditional medicine and, you know, for what doctors have to say, definitely. But, you know, like, I think we can also look at some of these alternative therapies like Reiki. And the other thing that I wanted to clarify, because I wasn't even sure, Nicole, was when you talk about energy in our body, what exactly is energy? Like, I know everything's energy, right? Every molecule is energy, and we're just a bunch of energy. So when we talk about that getting blocked, is that on an emotional level? Is that a physical level? Is it both?
So it's both.
Okay.
So Vicki, if I can I tailor this a little more towards you, if that's okay?
Sure.
Okay. So have you found any like loops? So have you been doubting yourself? Have you found yourself being tired at all? Any like pain or stiffness in joints, things like that?
Yeah, some a little bit of arthritis and a little bit of pain there. I would say mentally doing much better. We talked about that earlier. I had my rough time, but now I'm, yeah, doing much better. So I think all of us at any time can be at those places, right? So then it's knowing what are some things to do rather than popping a pill that we can do. So.
Absolutely. So with the arthritis, I'll touch on. So the inflammation will cause obviously the bit of pain, bit of stiffness, but it also will block the energy from moving to that space.
Okay, yeah.
So if you have like arthritis in your wrist, the inflammation make it so that the energy will stop, and then you'll just have this buildup. my mom, for example, she has arthritis in her hands. So she was getting to the point where this was as much as she could move her hand. So I use tuning forks and Reiki on her 3 times a week. And today she is ripping out a house.
Wow. So it's given her some mobility.
When they're, yeah, so she has full mobility back in. After my dad had surgery on his knee, the doctors were amazed. I would do Reiki. I mean, I'm here, so I did Reiki on his knee and on the scarring every single day. And the heal time was 3 weeks faster than the doctors anticipated.
Excellent.
That's our experience with it. Everyone is different. And I think I saw a message in the chat from Claire.
Yeah.
Where does one find a Reiki master? So Googling, I know there's quite a few Reiki masters about Chestermere. I am located in Calgary. One does not have to be a Reiki master to do Reiki. They only have to be a level 2. You do get more experience with a Reiki master. We do have various tools that we use throughout the practice. A level 2 does not have access to all of them, but that does not mean the healing will be any less. The biggest thing when you are looking for a Reiki master is to find that connection with someone. If you get a feeling that, you know, you're not gonna, just something that's off about that person, this healing session isn't going to be as complete as it can be because you already have that little bit of a barrier. So when you find a Reiki master or someone that you're interested in, give them a shout, have a meeting with them, even if it is just virtually, get to know that person, because things could come up through that session that haven't been exposed in many, many years, things you haven't talked about. And for someone to go that deep with you, it really needs to be a partnership. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Well, another question. And is a chakra the same as an aurora?
I have not heard that term. Would you mind explaining?
So, you know, people always talk about an aura around them like a halo. Yeah, it's probably my accent. Yes. My apologies.
Oh, no. I think it might be my internet. So they're slightly different. So the chakras are energy centers. A lot of people see them as discs, like spinning wheels. The aura, which completely encapsulates you, has various layers to it. So depending on what studies you read and who you talk with, there are 7 to 12 different layers of the aura, and they each all are kind of there as like protection, whereas the chakras are more what's going on in your body.
I think that's great. I had no idea. I heard the term so many times, but I have no idea what the difference is. So thank you for that. Anybody else? Any more participants have any questions?
I think one way to explain a chakra, and Nicole, correct me if I'm wrong, but so for example, if I was in a relationship and the person I was with didn't let me speak, right? So I get that blockage in that throat chakra because I don't speak when I need to speak. I'm not able to do that. And what can happen if you don't address that, from what I understand, is you might be prone to something like a throat cancer or something, some kind of dis-ease in the body because that chakra is blocked. Am I wrong on that, Nicole? Have I got that concept correct?
Yeah, it can manifest if you have a chakra that is blocked to a point where it manifests as something physical. Absolutely.
Yeah. And I think Louise Hay had a whole book on that, healing your life. And a lot of times, if you do have a dis-ease in the body, a lot of times it can be related to something that's going on that you may be able to fix, you may be able to get past by understanding what it is that's blocking or why it's blocking, I guess, as well as, and that's what the practitioner does, right? Is guide you through that. Yeah. Okay. Good.
Absolutely. And you can also have chakras that hide. So as I can't speak of anyone else, I can speak of myself. I have my root chakra, which is supposed to be your sense of safety, your sense of security, and it hides in behind my heart chakra. And that comes, the root base of that is being thrown out of Canada when I was younger. We moved here from Scotland, and one of the stamps had only half gone on, and immigration said that wasn't enough. So they froze the accounts. They kicked my parents, my two sisters, and me to Canada. We came back 6 months later, but there's always that fear. It did. It affected me. And it wasn't until I was 18 that I am now a Canadian citizen. Even though I grew up here, I did all my schooling, and I should feel like I am part. But deep down, my root chakra is like, but we're not safe yet.
Okay.
But we're, you know, my heart wants to be open and it overcompensates. But my root chakra is like, okay, well, this is big enough. I'm just going to slip in and hide behind here. And that's something that's very, very common in many people. In some don't like to speak, or they've been, you know, shut down. So their throat chakra will either be completely closed, or it'll be like, well, I can kind of overcompensate in like this area, so let's do this.
Does one chakra depend on another? Do they all have to be in alignment for all to work well? All of them? You can't have one down and the others kick in? Okay.
Well, I mean, you can, but when you feel when everything is totally aligned and everything is working the way it should, you feel so much better.
Yeah.
And then you'll be amazed at how sometimes I go, how on earth did I function like this? Because you just feel like,
Sorry,
sorry.
I'm just conscious of the time. Oh no, don't apologize. Just one quick question in the chat box. Someone asked, would listening to Reiki music on YouTube benefit a person?
Absolutely. So a lot of the Reiki music is done to various hertz, which is with the tuning forks. I love tuning forks. And vibrational therapy. So different hertz affect different areas of the body. So what I would do, I'd listen to quite as many as you can, but take note of what hertz it is and see which one you like best and which one makes you uncomfortable. Because the one that makes you uncomfortable is probably the one you should listen to the most, because it means that particular chakra or organ or whatever that hertz is designed for needs a bit of work.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Nicole. We are at our time now. It was a great insight into Reiki, crystal healing, chakras. We've definitely learned a lot more than what we knew before. So thank you very much for your valuable time today. And on behalf of Seniors Week, we very much appreciate this.
Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it. Have a good one, everyone.
And you. Thank you. Okay, so we are starting bang on time. So our next session this afternoon is featuring Laurie Dunn. Laurie Dunn is a program administrator with Volunteer Chestermere, extremely well known in Chestermere. Again, another great pillar, known for all her involvement with the Calgary Yacht Club and for the Chestermere Food Bank. So it's my pleasure to introduce Laurie Dunn.
Hi, everybody. Hi, Vicki. Nice to see you. It seems like it's been forever. That was a super interesting presentation, and thank you all for staying for mine. I don't know if it'll be quite as exciting, but so what I want to talk to you guys about really is volunteering and volunteerism. In April of 2021, we celebrated the 80th annual National Volunteer Week in Canada, which recognizes and appreciates the millions of people who complete volunteer work despite their increasingly busy and demanding daily schedules. The National Volunteer Week theme for this year, The Value of One, the Power of Many, reflects on the awe-inspiring acts of kindness by millions of individuals and the magic that happens when we work together towards a common purpose. This past year, we have seen people supporting family, friends, neighbors, and strangers, people standing up to systemic racism, and people sharing insights on how to create a more just and equitable society. We recognize the value of caring and compassion that each one has shown another, and we recognize the power of people, organizations, and sectors working together. Volunteers are the lifeblood that keeps charities and nonprofits organizations running. Through their efforts, these individuals continue to grow their communities, enhance community, and bring about continuous societal change, 1 hour, 1 service, and 1 activity at a time. While the reasons people volunteer and the organizations they choose to volunteer with are deeply personal, here are 10 reasons why you should. Reason number 10, it's good for you. Volunteering provides physical and mental rewards. It reduces stress. Experts report that when you focus on someone other than yourself, it interrupts the usual tension-producing patterns. And it makes you healthier. Moods and emotions like optimism and joy and control over one's fate strengthen the immune system. Number 9, it saves resources. Volunteering provides valuable community services so more money can be spent on local improvements. Number 8, volunteers gain professional experience. You can test out a new career. Number 7, it brings people together, which is something I think we've missed so much over the last year, 15 months. There's been not too many volunteer opportunities, and we certainly miss seeing people in person. As a volunteer, you assist in uniting people from diverse backgrounds to work towards a common goal and building camaraderie and teamwork. Number 6, it promotes personal growth and self-esteem. Understanding community needs help foster empathy and self-efficacy. Number 5, volunteering strengthens your community. As a volunteer, you can help support families, either in daycare or elder care, improve schools, tutoring and literacy, support youth, mentoring and after-school programs, and beautify the community, beach and park cleanups. Number 4, you learn a lot. Volunteers learn things like these. For self, volunteers discover hidden talents that may change your view on your self-worth. Government, through working with local nonprofit agencies, volunteers learn about functions and the operation of our government. And community, volunteers gain knowledge of local resources available to solve community needs. Number 3, you get a chance to give back. People like to support community resources that they themselves or that benefit people they care about. Number 2, volunteering encourages civic responsibility. Community service and volunteerism are an investment in our community and the people who live in it. And number 1, you make a difference because every person counts. When volunteering is discussed in casual conversation, altruism, kind-heartedness, and selflessness are just a few of the characteristics that come to mind. But undoubtedly, there is economic value in volunteer services rendered. Although this economic value is very real, it's seldom noticed and rarely discussed. Even if volunteers are unpaid, their contribution adds to economic activity through the value of services provided. It is estimated that volunteers added over 2 billion hours to Canada's work effort in 2017. And sadly, that's the most recent statistic, but I'm certain it's probably far more now. His volunteer contribution is valued at $55.9 billion, equivalent to 2.6% of GDP. If volunteering were an industry, it would employ nearly as many people as those currently working in education. About 44% of Canadians volunteer an average of 156 hours per year. This is a massive work effort, providing services that are equivalent to 6.5% of employment, about the size of employment in education. If measured, volunteering would add an estimated $56 billion to economic activity in 2017. Together with nonprofit activities, the economic contribution rises to $87 billion. Businesses across Canada are increasingly encouraging their employees to engage in volunteering to help address social issues and needs in the community. Volunteering often augments the skill sets and experience of the volunteers, helping their own labor market success and business success of their employers. And after helping others, volunteers often feel better about themselves, which can improve their own life satisfaction and possibly their health. While Canada is a wealthy country with generous social programs, there are millions of Canadians who benefit from the sizable services provided by volunteers. These services help communities thrive and provide valuable life experience and skills development for Canadians who make a commitment to helping others. Some would argue that the intrinsic value of volunteering is the intangible benefits associated with it. For example, the opportunity to develop or improve skills, meet new people, or expand their network of contacts, give back to the community, help a friend, or promote a worthwhile activity. People do it because it makes them feel good. Volunteering is rich and diverse. It's not just about organizing hundreds of volunteers for large events. It's thousands of volunteers in minor league sports, shelters for the homeless, giving aid to seniors, or cleaning up a local stream bed. It is spontaneous acts of kindness, like helping a neighbor shovel their walk, coming to the aid of a stranded motorist, or helping an elderly person cross a busy street. There are large and small acts given freely. These large and small acts given freely are what bind communities together. Volunteering is helping, not hiring, giving, not taking, contributing, not counting. In the end, we cannot and should not put a dollar value on volunteering. The value of volunteerism is priceless. Earlier this year, I rebranded the Volunteer Job Fair website and Facebook page to Volunteer Chestermere, which promotes building community through giving. The website is a place to connect volunteers with organizations and vice versa. Sharon, can you share Volunteer Chestermere, or can I somehow share my screen so I can show people?
Yeah, I've made you a presenter, Laurie, so you should be able to share your screen.
Does Laurie need to go to the top left?
Yes.
Where it says share?
I think can you see that?
Yes, beautiful.
Okay, so this is the new Volunteer Chestermere website at volunteerchestermere.com. So you'll notice the brand new colors and the brand new logo. So as we scroll down, just really reasons to volunteer, which I just sort of went over with all you guys. And then we have a slideshow of local organizations. So these are organizations that are continuously looking for volunteers. It's going through a little fast, but it kind of highlights the organizations and then gives you an opportunity to connect with them through their websites. And then you can get in touch with me at Volunteer Chestermere if you have anything if you want to post something on the website, or you're just looking for some opportunities, you can certainly get in touch with me through the website there. And then of course we have our Facebook page as well. So opportunities are posted there as well. So then we have a page with volunteer opportunities on it. And again, you can scroll down. So Camp Chestermere is looking for boat drivers, which is one of the big things that they need all year long. And then they're looking for general maintenance volunteers. So when you click the email us button, the email will go directly to Camp Chestermere and they will correspond with you directly. The food bank, of course, we're back to looking for volunteers for the community gardens and then just general assistance. And again, clicking the buttons will just take you to Patricia over at the food bank. And the Ag Society has some things going on with their Bulls on the Beach event, and their country fair volunteer list will come up shortly. And the city of Chestermere was also looking for community garden volunteers. So check back often because as people have, now that things are starting to open up again, as people have opportunities, then we will, I'll be posting them on the website and on the Facebook page. So Chestermere is a really great community of volunteers. As I'm sure you all know, everybody's willing to give their time for the betterment of the community. So that's really what I have to say about volunteers. Does anybody have any questions about Volunteer Chestermere and the website, the Facebook page, any opportunities?
Laurie, that website page looks absolutely amazing. Fantastic job on that. Wow, I think we've been waiting for something like that for a long time. So that is absolutely fantastic. Kudos to you and your team on that. I actually have a question. So folks who may be interested in volunteering, do you try and match what they're interested in to what they, you know, to the volunteering task in hand? So say somebody has got a very, very keen interest in gardening. Would you look at matching them to something with gardening, or would you put them elsewhere? It's just very, to me, it's very important that we ensure that we put people where their interests lie.
Absolutely. Because we all know that we don't want to do a job that we just don't want to do, or we have no expertise in, or something like that. So for now, I mean, for now, and hopefully as this evolves, it's still very new, this Volunteer Chestermere website, but so for now, we'll post the jobs that are available that people send to us. So then obviously if you see something that's of interest to you, then you would email them. But again, by sending me an email through the contact us, I can also through my network hook you up with an organization that might be looking for something that you have to offer or something that you're interested in.
And that's great, because when we think about recruitment and retainment of volunteers, it's so important to ensure that we match them with their interests. It really, really is. I think this is where in the past that some folks, I'm not talking about Chestermere, this is just a general comment, where some folks have lost interest in volunteering because they're not matched with something that they're interested in. So it's vital that we kind of have that emphasis on volunteering. So that's good to hear. So if somebody wanted to volunteer then, is there any associated costs involved? I mean, how do they go about it? How do they go about getting police checks, clearance checks?
So police checks and clearance checks would be necessary only based on what the organization's policy is. So we don't ask for police checks at the food bank. There's no cost at all associated with Volunteer Chestermere. So organizations can email me to post their jobs for free, and people looking to volunteer can email me or the organization directly through the website, and that's all free.
Thank you for that. Just trying to put my glasses on so they weren't lopsided. Any questions for any of the participants about volunteering? I'm sure there's one or two going through people's minds. What about safety equipment? So again, if anybody needed safety equipment, say they were gardening or they were working in a building where there was a lot of, I'm just thinking about the food bank maybe, where there's a lot of skids around and, you know, people need to wear safety shoes and stuff, do they have to provide that themselves, or would you provide that?
Well, as far as the food bank goes, we don't have anything specific. We ask that you wear not flip-flops and, but just general running shoes if you're volunteering in the warehouse, appropriate clothing, that sort of thing. I'm not sure if there's too many organizations in Chestermere that would require safety equipment, I suppose, depending on what you were doing. I remember when we were laying sod over at Synergy, if we had steel-toed boots and that sort of thing, then you were encouraged to wear it, but it wasn't mandatory. For things like if you want to drive the boat over at Camp Chestermere for taking the kids tubing and that sort of thing, then obviously you would have to have a life jacket. You would have to have your pleasure craft operator's card. So depending on the job that you're, I guess, applying for. Yeah. I don't know. You're not really applying, but and so I think if there's specialty things that are required, that will be part of the ad per se.
Okay, thank you for that. So there's a couple of questions here. Does the website only cover the Chestermere area for volunteers?
So far, again, it's a very brand new thing, so we're still just trying to get the word out to people and to have people remember that it's a resource there. So we would certainly look at putting, any of the surrounding area, Langdon, Indus, Southeast Rocky View. We'd be happy to post anything on the website.
Great, thank you. Another question, do volunteers receive training?
That's dependent on the organization. The food bank, for sure. We have procedure manuals, we have policy manuals, we have an intake process for volunteers. I am going to assume that Camp Chestermere does, and again, depending on what you're volunteering for.
Okay, thank you. And the last question here, are there any virtual opportunities available for volunteering?
Not that I'm aware of at this time.
Okay, good to know, but a great valid question. Absolutely. So anybody looking to get outside now, looking for volunteer opportunities, here's a great way of giving back to the community. Now, as Laurie said, everything is opening up. It's a great chance to get out there and do something worthwhile. Seniors, as we've always said in Seniors Week, are extremely valuable to the community. They give 110% all the time, and volunteering is something that we know seniors really, really enjoy. It keeps them in the know as well. It really, really does. So, if you're interested, please contact Laurie direct, and we're happy to share any details. And any last questions before we say goodbye? Any closing comments, Laurie?
No, just thank you so much. Oh,
there's another one. Can you see it?
Yeah, so the community garden, I believe the city of Chestermere is looking for help with the community garden as well as the food bank. I know the food bank has their gardens planted now. So it's just really the upkeep part of it, weeding, watering, that sort of thing. I'm not really sure where the city's at. Do you, Sharon, know what the community garden status is? I know.
So I know it's in operation, obviously following all public health guidelines restrictions. So folks are interested in community garden, they need to reach out to the community development facilitator, Craig McLeod, and I'm happy to post his email on here if anybody is interested.
I also have, if you go to the volunteerchestermere.com website, there is a link to his email as well. Under that opportunity.
Okay, that's wonderful. Well, thank you so much, Laurie, for taking the time out of your busy day, because I know you're an extremely busy woman nowadays, to come and talk about volunteering. I just think it's just amazing contribution to society, and the more people who can volunteer, whether it's for a couple of hours a day or a couple of hours a week, it's something. And that's what we need. That's what we need in communities. We need people to say, I care.
Yeah, it's definitely near and dear to my heart. So, yeah, reach out if you have, you just want to chat about volunteer opportunities, or you can reach me through the website for sure.
Okay, thank you so very much. Have a lovely rest of the day and a beautiful weekend.
Thank you. You as well.
Thank you,
Bye,
Laurie.
everybody.
Bye. Thank you. Moving on this afternoon, our next session is with our very own community resources here at the City Hall. Just before we get going, just to let you know that all sessions will be recorded this afternoon, and the video recordings will be available on Chestermere.ca Seniors Week. So I'm very happy and delighted to announce that my colleagues from Community Resources, as I said, here at the City, will be participating in the Seniors Week Wellness Affair today. And they are, and I'm sorry, Olympia, already if I get your name wrong, Olympia Homsolo de Ilonzondo, and I'm sure you'll correct me on that, and Paulette Tippy. I always call her poor Paulette Tip, and she always tells me about it afterwards. So today they're going to be talking to us a little bit more about what we offer here at the City Hall in terms of community resources. So again, if anybody's got any questions, this is live, interactive. You can ask away, or bottom right-hand corner, there's a little chat button. Over to you, ladies, and thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. So first off, I would like to share my screen, but right now, everything to be shared is grayed out. So I'm just wondering, Sharon, not sure, because I'm just trying to share and it's all grayed out.
Okay, I have our fantastic expert here, Kelsey.
Oh, she's got, now you're the presenter, share content. Okay, here we go. Can everybody see this?
Yes, I believe we can.
So you can see the screen with the presentation, right?
Absolutely.
Excellent. Okay, Olympia, I believe this is your start.
Thank you, and welcome to our presentation. We are happy to be here with all of you celebrating Seniors Week. Thank you so much, Sharon, for the invitation and the opportunity to provide information regarding the Family and Community Resource Center. Today, I'm introducing myself, Olympia Elizondo, Community Resources Specialist, and my co-worker, Paulette Tippy, Community Resource Worker. The Family and Community Resource Center offers programs and support services that connects residents of Chestermere and Southeast Rocky View with basic needs support, information and referrals for all residents, support with government application, and social and preventative programming. Our goal is to contribute to the overall services and programs offered by the city to help residents stay in their home communities for as long as possible. Not only supporting the choice for residents to stay here, but to have the means and resources to allow that to be possible. The Family and Community Resource Center is located in the main floor of City Hall. We work together to foster an inclusive place where safety is valued, resources are accessible, and connections are made to support people to grow, adapt, and thrive. We take every call very seriously to ensure that residents' needs are met and feel supported to the best of our capabilities. When you connect with us, depending on the question or needs, we may complete a quick and simple interview to determine which supports will be the most valuable and appropriate for your requests. If your concerns needs more attention, we will then book a meeting that is convenient for you and ourselves so we can take the time for further investigations and answers. Our services are free and confidential. Services we offer includes assistance with basic needs and connections to information and referrals to local resources. Areas that we support residents to age in place at a local level are finances, health, transportation, housing information, safety, connections, support, and services. In the next slides, we will review all the support services available to age in place at a local level.
Financial security and income. Albertans have access to adequate financial resources to meet their needs in their senior years. The Financial Literacy Money Management Workshop will help you learn money management strategies, how to create a budget, ways to build savings, and ways to pay down debt to rebuild credit. We have 5 modules: assets, budgeting, banking, credit, and consumerism, with accompanying worksheets that will be emailed to you. This program is available in a self-paced format, and to access the on-demand workshop, you can either contact us through the CRC info at chestermere.ca or go into Chestermere website and search financial literacy and follow the steps. If you prefer the one-on-one approach, you can book an appointment with us for a financial coaching and budgeting rather than the online demand workshops. If you need assistance with the employment tools like resume writing and looking for employment, we will connect you with the Rocky View and Wheatland Employment Services to help you get the job you want. The Community Volunteer Income Tax Program is free and available throughout the year. And if you need a helping hand with completing your income taxes, we have trained volunteers to assist you. You will need to qualify and have a simple tax situation. We also welcome any volunteers to do taxes if you wish to help. Canada Revenue Agency, they have graciously presented this year the Canada Recovery Benefits, tax return, as well as how to file your taxes, and can also cover topics such as scams, senior benefits and credits, COVID measures, and how to access my account. Healthy aging and health care. Alberta seniors are supported in maintaining optimum health as they age. We coordinate social programming with community partners such as the Good Food Box. The Good Food Box makes top quality, fresh produce available and promotes healthy eating. This program is open to everyone, which is now available through the Chestermere Food Bank website. If you're interested, you will need to order before June 14th for the next order to be delivered on June 25th. Please note, there is no Good Food Box deliveries during the summer months. Jacket Racket is run by the Canadian Reformed Church community in collaboration with the City of Chestermere. Donations of new, gently used winter wear for children and adults are accepted later this year by appointment at 18 Hart Estates Boulevard, Northeast in Calgary, which is the Tyndale School. Personal essentials. The Chestermere Food Bank and the Community Resource Center can help with personal and baby essentials. Community garden. Chestermere has 2 community gardens, one located within the city limits, and the other is located in a rural area outside the city on a privately owned acreage. The garden provides a strong sense of community and allows for social and informal gatherings for gardeners and their families. For more information, please connect with Craig McLeod, Community Development Facilitator here at the city. Pathway to Wellness, Beyond Healing, and HeartMath are programs offered by the Alberta Health Services as a group. Participants will learn and practice a variety of self-help strategy to better manage the stress and anxiety. The next slide is transportation and mobility. Albertans have access to safe, affordable, appropriate, and accessible transportation options during the senior years. The Handy Bus in Chestermere is operated by the Rocky View Regional Handy Bus. If you're in need of transportation for medical appointments, groceries, appointments in Calgary, please call them at 403-948-2887, Monday through Fridays from 9 a.m. until 4 p.m. And you will need to book an appointment, at least giving them 2 days notice. The cost is $4 for every 10 kilometers. For low-income families who have multiple medical appointments, please call us and we can help you with a 50% discount with them. The Calgary Transit is working with the City of Chestermere on a plan to provide services this fall, and more information will be available in the coming months.
Alberta seniors are able to easily access Alberta government programs, services, and supports. The Family and Community Resource Center can help you to find the right information, solve a variety of problems, and direct you to resources for help. In general, the FCRC provides support with government applications, assistance with accessing government support programs, for example, income support or special needs assistance for seniors, and referral to counseling services. Alberta seniors are engaged and full and welcome participants in their communities. Community education. All year round, we have trainings, workshops, and information sessions on different topics and free of charge. For example, our CRA, presentations, and more. The Community Adult Learning Program has several courses, for example, the American Sign Language, basic computer classes, English classes, English conversation class, French, Spanish, soft skills, and more. They also offer funding assistance, and some of the classes are free of charge. You can visit their website to adultlearning.rockyview.ab.ca. Currently, we are collaborating with Adult Learning to offer our free digital skill classes, and you can learn how to use WebEx, Zoom, Google Meet, social media, and online privacy, and Microsoft Teams. We did 2 presentations of 1 hour per week for 4 weeks during the months of March and May, and we will be offering another presentations towards the end of September and into October.
Housing information, housing applications, support, and shelter referral is another service that we can help you with. Information and referrals for different support groups, counseling, household items, furniture, training program, career and employment, and legal resources. Personal Essential Programs is based on availability and provides briefs for seniors, high-calorie drinks, and other items. The Community Access Program, subsidized access to services such as recreational activities, income tax completion, and transportation for individual and families living on a low income. For example, vouchers for transportation. The Gifts of Kindness Funds provides short-term financial assistance for basic needs support, rent, damage deposit, utility, medical, training, and transportation. Gifts of Kindness is used to support residents in meeting needs they are unable to meet through other government, community, or nonprofit services. You can support your community and make a difference in the lives of Chestermere and the Southeast Rocky View residents anytime by donating to the Gifts of Kindness Fund. You can donate online on our website or by sending a check. Donations of $20 or more are eligible for tax receipt. Volunteer opportunities with the Family and Community Resource Center. We are always looking for volunteers regarding our community volunteer income tax program. The volunteer will prepare income tax returns for low-income individuals, and family training is provided. You can connect with us anytime if you're interested.
Thank you so much for attending our presentation. Now we are open to any questions.
Thank you very much, Paula and Olympia, for an excellent presentation on what Community Resource Centre offers. I mean, so many different programs. It's just amazing what you ladies do between you. I actually do have a question. What are some of the main issues that you actually see? What are some of the main issues that seniors actually present with?
I can answer that one, Paulette, or you can also add more. I think transportation for medical appointments, also housing information is another one, depending of the case, right? But also access to food assistance. Government applications is one of the biggest ones that we have, and we can help with any kind of government application.
You've covered most of the essential ones, Olympia.
Okay, thank you for that. And how can people access you? I mean, do people, once we're open, once all the public health restrictions have been lifted, do people come to the office, or do you actually offer an outreach service as well?
At this time, we still have our doors closed until we have more information from the government letting us know when we can open our doors. So at this time, it's either virtual and phone calls. So our line is 403-207-7079, and they can connect with us directly through the phone. And we also can do virtual meetings. So whatever their preference is, we are more than happy to help in any way, shape, or form. The outreach, eventually, I believe this is something we're going to be looking into very shortly, especially with the stages opening up. We'll be able to meet people if they feel better in other locations, but we're open to suggestions as well, whatever makes the client feel at ease.
Thank you for answering that question. If anybody's got any questions, any of the participants, please, jump in there. I'm just thinking, we're very much in a virtual world, but then there's a lot of seniors or older mature adults out there who rely on telephone, so a cell phone or a landline. Can they still access your services by telephone, and can you still do over-the-phone referrals?
Of course, yes.
Yeah, most of our clients at this time do it all over the phone. I believe that seems to be their preference for most of the seniors. I know my mother, she just refuses to do virtual. She really is much of a online phone call, and that's her preference, which is totally understandable. And but whatever makes the client feel better. So, Olympia, do you have anything to add to that?
Well, I think also we missed the part that they also can send us a request through the crcinfo@chestermere.ca. If you visit our website at chestermere.ca, Family and Community Resource Center, you will see there that you can submit a request also for support.
Good point, Olympia.
Okay, thank you for that. And if we have any audio issues for the next few minutes, Chelsea's audio just blew out, so my apologies. A couple of other questions. So obviously you ladies offer an enormous amount of programs and, help to address so many issues that seniors may have. What about some of the issues that you're unable to assist with, such as mental health? Do you refer that on to another agency? I'm just trying to find out some of your processes about, supporting folks when we're unable to do that ourselves as a department.
Olympia, will you?
Well, we can connect with Alberta Health Services and send a referral there, depending of what is the need. If they need of a program to reduce isolation, or they need counseling services, we can support that also with referrals.
Okay, yeah, I was just using that as an example, just to say that we do make referrals to our agencies, obviously with the person's permission. So
yes, exactly. Depending of the situation.
Absolutely, and you can make referrals to the food bank as well if people need access to food.
Yeah. At
Okay.
this time, especially the Chestermere Food Bank, they are now doing their own intakes, and so anybody who is in need of food, go directly on the Chestermere Food Bank website, and they can register, and then they will be connected practically immediately, and then to help them out. But that is our job as well as Community Resource Center. So we do give resources and referrals in any way we can. Yeah.
Thank you, Paulette, and thank you.
I'm sorry,
Olympia.
I just want to add that sometimes it's difficult to go into their websites, the websites of people, and self-refer yourself. We can help you with that. You can call us, and we can also go with you to the website and do the self-referral application with you for be successful with your application. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, Olympia. Any of the participants, do you have any questions? Okay, I just have the one more question. So over the last 18 months during this pandemic, would you say you've seen a massive influx of referrals? Have you been more busier than usual?
I can answer that if you want, Paulette. We have seen more complex situation. I mean, before was just maybe a phone call, and it was one referral. Now with the pandemic, we have seen an increase of complex cases. I mean, people who are facing maybe a utility payment, disconnection, or eviction, or people who needs transportation, also people who were sick and they need some food, kind of complex cases.
A lot more job loss as well.
Yeah.
And so there's been many that we've tried to help as much as we can as well.
So to understand the amount of cases which have come through community services over the last 12 months, how many, to try and put a number on it, how many would you say? 5,000, 10,000 more?
You're talking about phone calls?
Phone calls, referrals over the last 12 to 18 months, which we've received as a department. Well, you've received. I'm just trying to get some kind of figure, out there, just to show there's a sheer demand for the kind of the work that you ladies do and the supports in the community.
I'm trying to recall what we just did. Our supervisors did a presentation to council this week, and I know it was, I thought I heard something like, was it, just trying to remember, was it 30,000 calls or what?
I remember the same amount.
Something like 30,000 calls in the year, and so tremendous amount. Through it's not just one particular. There's for all different reasons that they need to any resources, and sometimes it's not even related to us. We've just been trying to help in any way we can.
Absolutely, and there's a couple of comments here in the chat box that we've had over twice as many contacts in 2020 compared to 2019, and thanks for this, Marla. Nearly 15,000 contacts with over 30,000 referrals to 2020. That is absolutely huge. It just shows, the need for this service and the needs which need to be addressed for individuals living here in Chestermere. Well, that was an absolute complete overview, Claire said, and we have had an amazing time interviewing you ladies, finding out more about the service. You do absolutely fantastic work, and I'm so proud to be part of your team as well. Thank you so very much for coming onto our wellness fair today and being part of Seniors Week. It's just so nice to actually highlight as well some of the work that some of our community organizations, nonprofits, businesses are doing. But also, you know, for folks here attending these sessions today, find out how they can access services, what services are being offered. So I'm very grateful. And so thank you very, very much. Enjoy the rest of your day and have a beautiful weekend.
Thank you very much, Sharon. And on behalf of myself and Olympia as well, thanks for the invite. And as well, the more information, the more that we have out there and people being informed, the better. And so any questions whatsoever, you know, we're always here to answer the calls, and we're here to help.
Thank you. Thanks so much. Okay.
Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your activities. Bye-bye.
Okay, thanks. Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, folks, we got a couple of minutes to take a bathroom break. Please get up and stretch. You do not want to be sitting down all day. Next up is Julie Mayer, and I hope I said that right, Julie, from the Full Circle Fitness, who's going to be coming to probably do some demonstrations with you and talk about core strength. So at 2:30, we'll be back for more. Okay, take care. See you then. Yeah, I hope I said that right, Julie, from Full Circle Fitness, who will be talking about core strengths to help with back pain. And who doesn't have back pain? Over to you, and thank you so much.
Yes, no problem. Thanks. Hello, everyone. I see a few familiar names. So my name is Julie Meyer, and I'm a personal trainer and fitness instructor. My focus is in older adult fitness. So I've been in the industry for about 10 years and have taught a number of programs that focus on the older adult fitness focus, oh my goodness, on older adult fitness in a variety of ways, all the way from someone who's just entering kind of the older adult stages and is super active to the frail adults that are potentially in a care facility. So I've had lots of training over the years, just so you know kind of where I'm coming from. I have done the Bone Fit course through Osteoporosis Canada, done some training in for a variety of chronic conditions, including working with clients with diabetes, MS, working after knee and hip surgery, and I've dealt with clients who have had strokes in the past, and I also enjoy Nordic walking and have been trained in that as well. So as far as today's talk goes, if you take my classes, I do teach through the Whitecappers. So on Friday, our fitness class is at 11 o'clock there. You've probably heard a lot of what I'm going to talk about today in my class in little bits and pieces, but I'm going to focus specifically on back pain today, which takes many different forms, of course. I'm going to focus more on kind of that niggling pain, right? That isn't from an acute injury where, you know, maybe you tore a muscle or something like that. Certainly you do need to go potentially see a specialist about that sort of thing, but just that feeling that, you know, your back is always tight and sore, and it feels like your spine is maybe not sitting in the best alignment, and you're wondering why it's getting so tight. Maybe there's tightness moving down your legs, etc. So I'm going to be kind of moving back and forth between talking and doing a little bit of demo for the next 20 minutes, and we will take some questions after that. So statistically, they tell me that, and I think this is from a chiropractic standpoint, they say that 4 out of 5 adults will have back pain at some point in their lifetime. I would imagine that's more than just the odd tweak, but some pain that's somewhat debilitating, even if it's just for a few days. I would say that that's probably more like 5 out of 5, but maybe you're one of the lucky ones. So there's a number of reasons why, aside from the acute kind of pain, that we have back pain. And I'm not specifically talking about osteoporosis today either. That's a bit of a different topic, or a very large body topic that's kind of beyond the scope of my chat today. but we certainly will kind of talk about spinal protection as it relates to all of us as we age, but specifically to protect anybody who's maybe a bit osteoporotic as well. So we spend a lot of time in our day, or at least sometimes, sitting in our most comfy couch like this, right? Where you can sink into the cushions. It feels really good for the moment. The longer you sit here, it probably doesn't feel so great anymore. And as you can imagine, in this kind of position, I have no need to use my stomach muscles at all. So that's kind of where we began, and then the pattern develops from here. Of course, my spine is in this odd curled position too. That's not kind of the ideal position. And yes, my core muscles not working at all. So that is one of our issues. The other is we spend time maybe on the computer or maybe just on a cell phone or whatever, forward folding like this. So kind of slumped forward, doing something looking this way. So we're in that curled position that, again, doesn't open up through our chest and give us that nice posture, and can cause some problems over time. So one of the biggest things you can do for yourself is check in on your posture every once in a while. Maybe it's when you're driving, slide yourself back in your chair so that you can feel the back of your chair. You could do that right now. Slide back in your chair so that your rear is in contact with your chair back. And then see if you can make yourself just a little bit taller. Sometimes I joke about that in class, that my goal is to make everybody about a ½ an inch taller. So see if you can take the crown of your head and just stretch it up just ever so slightly to get that feeling that your spine is now in a taller alignment. So that in itself may make a big difference. The other thing, depending on kind of what age and stage you're at, is something that as we move through life, we want to avoid is this. And we'll get to all the extra little bits and pieces of this soon, but I call it the shopping cart position, right? If I'm tired at the grocery store and I'm here, I'm hanging on my shopping cart like this, it's kind of holding me up. And again, no core muscles are working. If somebody bumped my cart right now, I might fall over. And there's nothing powerful about me standing this way at all. It's not great for my back. And if you were to progress that one step farther, those who are using a walker, if you see them in this sort of position, that's sometimes that inability of some of those muscles that are either really tight or really weak to help them stay up nice and tall, and then just kind of a habitual thing as well. So we want to make sure we're nice and tall in our posture. So with all that being said, number one, to make sure that you check in with yourself every once in a while and see, how am I sitting? Can I engage that posture a little bit more? And yeah, and then from there, sorry, I'm going to look at my notes, make sure I'm on track. Right. And then the next piece I want to talk about is to just briefly touch on osteoporosis, because that posture again starts to become like this, and that's the compression of our discs and little mini breaks in the disc, really mini fractures that cause that forced forward posture. So kind of in preparation for the fact that we do not want that, we want to be up nice and tall and really protect our back. So in my classes and in general, we talk about shoulders nice and square to the world, hips square to the world, and when we're moving, we're not moving with a spinal twist. So we push forward at the hips. I'll try that. All right. So nice and tall in your chair to start with, check in with your posture, and then you can take your hands and kind of find your hip creases. And then from there, we're going to hinge forward at the hips. So I need to engage through my core a little bit here. It doesn't need to be anything huge, but I want to hinge forward at the hips and think about sticking my rear out towards my chair back and hinging only far enough that I can feel my spine staying in that nice tall alignment all the way from the top of my head down to my tailbone right now. And then come back up again. So it's a super small move, but it's with good thought into the posture involved. So that's one piece. We also talk a lot about not twisting under load. I'll get into that a little bit more in the future. So we don't like a lot of spinal twist stuff, especially under load, we do need to obviously be able to move in a variety of directions and still be able to do that safely. So the spine, of course, is meant to help us move in many different ways, but in time it just becomes dysfunctional in a way that we probably didn't even realize was creeping up on us. And one of those is the muscle tone in our core. So we have our six-pack muscles. They're under there somewhere. That's our rectal abdominal muscles. And then we have our obliques, our side core muscles. And even deeper than that, we have our transverse abdominals. And that's actually what I'm going to talk about for most of the rest of class and do a few demos, and you guys can get that. So our transverse abdominals is our true core muscles. They are a large band of muscle that's deep within, so you can't necessarily touch them and feel them working like you can your six-pack. But it attaches at our spine in a band, comes all the way around your body, and attaches at your spine on the other side. So our transverse abdominals are really there to support us through all of our movements, whether it's side to side, front to back, a little bit of a twist. They are there to support us. Now, they're probably the first thing that we forget about, or you don't know that you have, as we start to lose our core conditioning. So the other thing I wanted to just interject myself in there and say is that because we've had so much time at home in the last year and a half, we have become generally more sedentary. There's more time spent seated. And so maybe now as you get up and get moving, you feel like you're that little extra bit sore, or you get tired that little bit quicker than you used to. And we have to ease back into a more active lifestyle. And luckily it's nice outside and we're able to make use of our outside time and be a little more active that way. But having said that, transverse abdominals, I want you to slide back on your chair, get comfy, but sit tall if those two things are possible at once. And then take your hands, and if you've been in my classes, you've done this before, find your hip bones. All right, once you've found your hip bones, I want you to slide your fingers in just enough to be able to find the soft spot just inside your hip bone points. So that's where we're going to hopefully tune into those transverse abdominal muscles. So what I want you to do is, and this is a really small move. So if you feel like you're sucking in your breath really aggressively, you're trying too hard. So slide those fingers in just inside your hip bone points. And then I want you to pull your belly button fractionally, like 2 millimeters closer to your backbone. And now you can see, do you feel just that little bit of extra connection? Even if you don't feel a change under your fingertips, and maybe you do, hopefully you feel that little extra connection that just made you feel a little bit stronger through those core muscles. So release and relax again, no slouching though. And we'll try that again. So just inside your hip bone points. And now belly button slightly in. And I want you to take some normal breaths, which is hard to do once somebody's told you to do that. But I don't want you to hold your breath right now. I want you to take some nice, easy breaths in and out while holding that connection. So I call this our seatbelt muscles. You should feel like somebody's just kind of tightened your seatbelt just that little bit. So that's our transverse abdominal muscles working. We're going to do one more exercise, just using them specifically, and that's forward on your chair. It's the same, but now we have that extra workload because we don't have anything supporting our back anymore. So we need to sit up, wiggle so that both of your sit bone points are nice and even on the chair to begin with, and then do the same thing. Find your hip bone points, slide your hands in just slightly, and then turn on your seat belt. So that small squeeze of your belly button in towards your backbone to connect into that muscle group. So if you don't find that that works right away, that's no problem. It is a difficult muscle to tune into just because we don't get that immediate feedback. I was lucky enough when I was doing some physio on that muscle group actually that they did an ultrasound, just like you would to, if you were pregnant, and I was able to see when I contracted that muscle, the ultrasound would change and then release it and it would change again. So it's a feedback that usually we're not lucky enough to see, but it's an interesting muscle group and it's an important muscle group. I would challenge you to maybe when you go to bed tonight, lie down on your back, put your feet up so that your knees are bent and your feet are flat on your bed. That brings your back into a more neutral position, and then try that exact same thing again. Find your hip bones, slide in just slightly, and see if you can feel that tension of the muscle turning on in between your two hip bone points. So hopefully you can do a little bit of homework and find a way that your transverse abdominals can help you. So that's one muscle group that we want to call into use actually all day long. It should be able to pretty much just function throughout the day. So that's why I say you can't hold your breath and use it, because you won't make it through the day. So it's something that you definitely practice maybe in 1-minute segments, like any other exercise that you do. You hold the muscles, take a few breaths in and out, and release, and start with 5 to 10 times, doing that throughout the day. And then those muscles will slowly train themselves to be used more. So I found one site, it was out of the UK actually, when we first were all locked down. There was a older adult group that got together and started online fitness classes way before I did actually, and they had a lot of success in their classes and some pretty interesting marketing methods too, which talked about, I believe their term was movement snack breaks, which I really liked actually. I thought that was quite clever because we can all kind of relate to a good snack, right? So if you can think about, even if you are maybe on the more sedentary side, you sit for a fair amount throughout the day doing a variety of things. It could be doing some crafting or doing some reading and things like that. But I do challenge you to get up and move and take a little movement snack break. Probably every half hour would be really great. They've found that certainly just that extra blood flow just makes us feel so much better. And it is that time to check in on posture too, because the longer we sit in the same position, the more we kind of sink into that slouchy posture. So I think I have enough time that I'm going to talk a little bit about protecting your back and I guess using those transverse abdominals again as you move throughout your day. So I'm going to stand up. You don't need to, but you certainly could. So when we talk about grabbing something, I'm not going to talk about grabbing like a 50-pound bag of flour. I think more like a grocery bag. So it might be, 3 pounds worth of groceries. We want to protect our back and use those core muscles that we've been starting to practice using. So I'm going to turn on my seatbelt muscles first. I'm going to soften out my knees because I know that that eases my low back out of kind of working too hard. And whenever I grab something from down low, so the handles of a grocery bag, I'm going to try and do that with a forward fold. So that hip hinge that we did from a seated position, and stand back up using my rear muscles and my core muscles to support me. A lot of people are very low back reactive, which means that those muscles just want to take over all the time. And obviously, over time, they just become so tight and overused that we do get a lot of back issues. So I'd like you to think about squaring off your shoulders. Maybe that takes an extra moment before you reach down to grab something. Knees softly bent, and then straight forward to grab and pull it back up. We'll also build a little bit of rear muscles doing that as well. And of course, that can move into gardening and other things that we're doing lots of right now. We do lots of movements that are forward and reaching down. So even in that, to have good posture, those transverse abdominal muscles are going to help you. Maybe I'm doing some gardening, but I don't want to get down on my knees for whatever reason. I might be in a split stance, which means I'm up on my toe of my back foot, getting ready to do something on the ground. I'm going to try and do it as much as I can from a position where I really am square to the world and as tall in my posture as I can be, which means that I can control my my movements and I don't end up on the ground when I don't want to be either, right? Okay, So I hope that was a little bit enlightening. I just wanted to talk just a little bit about personal training because I am a personal trainer as well. I'm happy to do online classes or training sessions right now, and hopefully we can get outside or into people's houses for sessions again soon. So just my little self promo to say that personal trainers are not just for people who are bodybuilding and running a marathon and things like that. I've really enjoyed working with clients at a variety of stages in their life, and even just getting them out walking in a way that they feel safe because they're with someone else as opposed to afraid of falling while they're on their own. Also, I find that in a personal training environment, we're able to really focus on very specific moves that a person might really benefit from that a class just necessarily doesn't address because it's a little bit too specific for a class environment. So, and I'm pretty good at providing motivation too. So if that's what you need to get up and moving, then that's another good thing to think about. So I do a free consultation at first to just have a chat and make sure that our goals are in alignment and that what I offer is something that works for you, and just make sure we're a match. So my takeaways for you today is, for one, try to do those transverse abdominal, little check-ins every once in a while. Check in with your posture and move often, move safely, and stand tall. Thanks.
Thank you, Julie. That was absolutely a great presentation. And I think I'm laughing because all day I've been saying, get up, move around, take a stretch, because I know, you know, we tend to sit at a computer or watching the television too much. So, you know, every little bit we can do, moving around, it adds to our lives. I mean, they've said exercise adds to our lives, so that's what we need to be doing. A question about long-term back pain. The exercises that you've shown, or basically any back exercises, they're going to help, aren't they? They're going to help with long-term back pain to either kind of stabilize it or maybe perhaps reduce it. Would you say?
One would hope so. Yeah, I mean, I would certainly say that hopefully it's been addressed by a medical professional at first, and there's nothing underlying that needs to be dealt with. But assuming that your long-term back pain is maybe that reactive back muscles that always work and a lot of tightness and things, definitely working on some stretching in through the hips too. But also, yes, core muscles are never going to hurt to have more core muscles. So of course, there's much more than just using those transverse abdominals in kind of a seated environment. It's a little more challenging once you're standing and walking as well, or doing some weight exercises. And it's always, almost without fail, I guess I can't say always, almost without fail, going to help you and make things that little bit better. Absolutely.
And these exercises are good for lower back and upper back issues, correct?
Sorry, say that again?
Sorry, so some of these core exercises are good for lower back and upper back. They don't just concentrate on one area, it's for kind of back maintenance.
Yes, for sure. And especially when we think about posture, yeah, so everything's connected. I'm sure you found that when your knee is sore, that makes your hip sore, or it makes your ankle sore, maybe on the other side. And it's crazy how everything's interconnected. So absolutely, if you're using your core muscles in a more functional way, then you tend to sit taller and your shoulders roll back instead of being either curled up or up by your ears in our stress posture. And overall, yeah, better spinal health for sure.
Thank you. Thanks for that. Any other participants have any questions, any concerns about your own back pain if you have it, or friends?
I have a question.
Go ahead, Claire.
Julie, you talked about not twisting the spine, but I'm not sure. Say I'm standing at the sink doing dishes, and then I turn to get something else. What should I be doing?
Yeah, I say that with all kinds of caution, I guess, as well, right? Because I come from the standpoint where I have worked with more frail older adults and those with osteoporosis, some who know it and some who don't know they have it. And it's a safety thing, but it's not something that should rule your life either. So if you have good spine health and you don't have like maybe you've been test your calcium levels and you know that you're fine. Of course, there's no problem with the twisting as long as it's not under load and too fast. I think that's really what it comes down to. But certainly it's nice to be able to also kind of tune into those things and know, okay, if I'm going to grab something and I don't have anywhere farther I can step this way, maybe the counter's in my way or whatever, I can still take a pivot that follows me through my hips, right? So I can go this way and move and brace through my core, and I could probably handle picking up something a little that way than I could this way, right? So it's just that small little tweak of movements, and sometimes in the heat of the moment you won't even think of that, right? But it's under an abundance of caution that I say that, but certainly for your own life, as long as you have good spinal health and no osteoporosis that's known, just a little extra bit of thought process first if you have time to do that and kind of change your movements in a way to protect your back is not a bad thing.
Thank you for explaining that.
Okay, any more questions? Okay, well, Julie, thank you very much for an excellent presentation. It's so important to know how to care for your back, and knowing that knowing the core exercises that you can do to obviously help with back issues. I know myself, I have actually lived with back issues for a long time, having broke my neck many years ago. And so I know how important it is to ensure that you keep on with some kind of exercise to ensure, you've got good, strong muscles, but to reduce the pain as well. So on behalf of Seniors Week Committee, I really would like to say thank you again so very much. It's great that we have individuals like yourself, businesses, organizations who are coming on today to support this week and give some valuable informational demonstrations. So thank you. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. Take care, everyone.
You're more than welcome. Take care.
Bye.
Okay, folks, we've got a few minutes. And it's my apologies. So just to let you know that we will be recording this event, and it will be on the Chestermere.ca Seniors Week website here at the City of Chestermere. So I'm very pleased to introduce our next guest. Our next guest is Ravi Naidu from Lakeshore Manor in Chestermere, and he's going to be talking about and demonstrating Ontario yoga and meditation. I don't really want to drop it in, but it's his first time being on screen and it's his first week. So many congratulations on getting that position, Ravi, and it's great to see you, and it'll be even better to see you in person. We're all looking forward to seeing each other in person. And so thank you very much for joining us today.
Awesome. Thank you so much. So what I'm going to be here talking to you about is a little bit stretching, a little bit of Tai Chi, more so stretching, just helping individuals just getting their blood flowing throughout the day and everything like that. So we're going to start off with this deep breaths inside. From inside, so we're gonna just go inwards and breathe out. Breathe again. And breathe out. And breathe in. And breathe out. And what we're gonna do is our next stretches, which is gonna be looking towards the right. Five seconds. And towards the left. Hold for 5 seconds. And look up. 5 seconds again. And down. 5 seconds. And And good. And we're going to do some shoulder rotations, frontwards for about 5 seconds as well. And backwards. And perfect. And what we'll do is we'll shoulders and your arms. Doing all this helps you stretch out, get all the jitters out of your body, you know. Hold for 5 seconds. Perfect. And the other arm. Perfect. And your arm back. Other arm. And shake it off a little bit. So one thing that we want to do is we want to push up slowly for about 5 seconds, higher and higher. And let go. And do that again, once more. And let go. And the same thing now, you're going to bring it down. You're going to bring your arm down. And let go. And again. And relax. And the same thing, you're going to be pushing towards, away from you. Just trying to stretch it out as far as you can. And let go. And again, push again. Perfect. And let go. And one thing that I like doing is, it's called a snowball effect. So you make a snowball with your hand and you go from left to right or right to left, but you keep on making a ball and you keep on doing it. Just lets you get everything going, the blood flowing in your body, the number one thing in your body. And that's perfect. So another thing that after you do that is make rings with your arm. Sometimes you lose the sensation of your body because of the blood not flowing, so it's good to keep it flowing in any way that you can. Fingers, arms, anything. And the opposite way. Perfect. That's good. Shake it off a little bit. Feels good, right? Feels like a massage.
It feels good when you've been standing up all day. I just asked Chelsea on IT if she's doing this as well. We needed this.
Yeah, it feels nice. Even if you're sitting in the office, you're sitting at the table or anything, it feels nice after a while. Can't really see my legs, but I'm doing leg stretches. You're just kicking up. You're just kicking up, like kicking a soccer ball. At least 5 times for each legs, just to get the blood flowing in your legs too. That's all I have for you right now. Sorry. Yeah, that's all I have for you right now. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't pick that up. Oh, that, you know what? That's absolutely great. I just think we needed that, didn't we, Claire and Chelsea? We just needed to move around a little bit. Yeah, sometimes sometimes you just don't think or realize how long you've actually been sitting down until you come to get up, and it's like, oh,
Yeah.
gosh, I'm so stiff. My hips are hurting me. My legs are hurting me. No, that was absolutely fantastic. Claire or Chelsea, do you have any questions?
No questions, just that really feels good now.
Yeah,
Thank you.
absolutely, doesn't it? Yeah, I know. Chelsea, do you have any questions? Okay. Well, thank you very much for joining us today. We really needed that.
Thank
I
you.
look forward to working with you in the future, and hopefully you coming on to one of our seniors teleconferences.
For sure.
Yeah, welcome to Chestermere. I don't know if you live in Chestermere, but welcome to the Chestermere community.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
You're more than welcome. Okay, take care, and
Take care.
we'll speak to you soon. Thank you very much,
Yeah,
Ravi.
for sure.
Bye. 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 Delighted to welcome our next guests. Our next guests are the Young Bhangra Calgary Dance School, who will be doing some workout classes. This is fantastic to have all of you on here to show us some of the workouts that you do. Thank you very much for participating in our Seniors Week activities. And over to you.
Hello, everyone. Shashikal, everybody. And my name is Amandeep. I'm from Young Bhangra. Her name is Anmol, and she's from Young Bhangra. Her name is Gurmeet. And we're gonna teach, first of all, we're gonna teach you guys some Punjabi Bhangra dance lessons. And I would like to continue with my assistant coach today, Anmol, if you can come here, and Gurmeet. Can you guys listen us? Can you guys hear us?
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay. So after that, we're gonna do the performance. First, we're gonna do like some lessons, some teaching with some music and on counting as well. If you guys are on the chairs, like relaxing, you guys can still join us, like with moving your arms or something, right? So we'll try our best to. And this is our. Anmol will continue now.
Thank you.
So that means yes. Let's start it now. Okay, that's good. So first we're gonna do some basic lessons. Then in the basic Bhangra lessons, we have to move our right leg and move our hands as well. Like we're gonna say 1. Then we're gonna move our right leg to the front and 2 at the back. So 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, and stop. That's how it's so easy, right? So now our next move will be, we're gonna do clap on the down, like bottom, clap, and then up. So we're gonna move our hands down, clap, and then we're gonna move our hands up. So clap, up, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, stop. Very good. Now the next move, we're gonna use all these moves as we gonna perform on the song. But these girls, part of young Bhangra from like 5 years almost. They will do the competition. They are presenting Calgary in the juniors category, and they won many prizes. But they were so excited when I asked them to perform, like we are celebrating Seniors Week. So like we wanna celebrate with you guys. So they were so excited. They come in their costumes, dance costumes. So you guys can see that how this dance is gonna perform. We're gonna, like, we started in class, in studio practice from yesterday, but we try our best to give you guys a good entertainment. So now we're gonna start our next step. So next step is we're gonna put our arms all the way up, and we're gonna move our arms, squeeze your arms close to your ears. That's called 1, and spread your arms, 2. So ears, 2, squeeze and spread, squeeze, spread. So now we're gonna do bend our knees as well. So as soon as we are squeezing our arms, we have to bend our knees as well. So at 1, we have to bend our knees and squeeze our arms. 2. So now we're gonna do it 1, 2, 1, 2. Wow, that's good job. Clapping for them. They're doing very good. You guys are awesome. Very nice. So this one, now we're gonna do it a little bit faster, okay? So we're gonna do it like 1, 2, 1, 2. Squeeze, release, squeeze up, squeeze up, squeeze up, squeeze up, squeeze up. That's right. That's so easy. So now the next move, we're gonna clap from our arms. We're gonna spread our arms at the front, clap, and then move your arms back to your hip over here. So at 1, we need clap. At 2, we need to put our arms over here. So 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Awesome. Good job, guys. Very good. So now we're gonna do 2 times. We're gonna pull from this side. Like we're gonna do 1, 2, 3, 4. So right, right, left, left, right, right, left, left, right, right, left, and stop. Very good. So this is also another action. So are you guys ready to do these basic steps with us on music? Yes, I think you guys are. Okay, so let's play the song and we're gonna do some basic whatever we learned on counting, okay? If you guys want to perform one together, it's your choice, right? I just want you guys to be tired, so energy, right? You guys okay with that? Okay. Okay.
Wow! Good grief, I'm worn out watching you. I tried to follow at the beginning, but very, very quick and nimble on your feet. And what a great way, what a great form of exercise.
Thank you very much. You guys were doing so good. I was looking at them, they were enjoying and they were almost 100%. Very nice. So now we're going to do very slow moves. And then our one girl just arrived. Now she was at the school. She just came like right away. I'm just giving her a final costume touch. At that time, the Anmol, the coach, they will teach you the slow dance, okay? It's called slow dance, Punjabi slow dance.
I have to say that you ladies look absolutely fabulous. I love your cultural dress. Is it heavy? Is it heavy to wear?
Okay, because they want to hear, so they can hear you.
Okay, so now we're gonna say two more, and we're gonna do on counting.
On counting, yes. Slowly.
So first we're gonna go like this, and we're gonna do 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay, very good. Now we're just gonna go like they're gonna go like this, all our hands up, and we're gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Now we're gonna have a mole go up and teach you guys. Okay, right. The next step, we're gonna put both hands up, and we're gonna do the same thing at the same feet. So 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay, really good. Now with the same feet, all we're doing is changing our hands. We're gonna do a circle 1, and then 2. 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2. Okay. Okay, we're gonna start a new one. All you're doing is crossing your legs. So 1, back, 2, back. 1, back, 2, back. And with the hands, all we're gonna do is 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So when we put it all together, all we're doing is 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, we're starting a new one, and the feet are gonna be 1, 2. We're gonna go back 3, 4. So 1, 2, back 3 and 4. The hands, all you're gonna do is 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And now we're gonna try on a song. Are you guys ready?
Okay.
Wow,
So how was it? Thank you guys. So this was the slow dance. It's a basic steps of slow dance. Now our girls are getting water break, so they're just getting some water, and they are ready, and they're gonna perform you like their best. So if you like it, please clap for them, for everybody. And we are very excited to show you guys our girls' performance. So I'm gonna call every girl so she can introduce herself to you guys, and then she's gonna be on her spot.
That's great. Thank you.
You will.
Hi, I'm Manjot, 13, and I'm nice.
Hi, I'm Annika. I'm 14 and enjoy.
Hi, my name is Jasmine. I'm 15 and I've been in this academy for 5 years. Hi, I'm Janine. I'm 12 and I hope you guys enjoy. Hi, I'm Bahar and enjoy. I'm Kabir.
So girls, positions, and Shikha. So we get these other ones. So in this dance, we use a lot of props. So today, because we didn't have enough time to prepare all the props, right? So today, this is called Shikha. It's like they're gonna use it also as they're dancing. This is kind of a stunt part, like they're moving this prop like the way with the rhythm. Okay, so I just want to let you know that what is this for, like. Okay, so now you guys are ready. So are you guys ready for watching? Good. Okay. Okay, so guys, okay.
Wow, that is absolutely amazing. Oh my gosh, the energy which you have to put into that. That's absolutely fabulous. Everybody's saying your moves are amazing. Thank you so very much. I really appreciate that. It's wonderful. I do have a question though.
Yes.
Anybody can answer it. Does it hurt your knees when you jump down on your knees? Does it hurt your knees?
Hurt your knees? Yeah, no,
yeah. No.
Everything, they said everything hurts.
Oh, when you jump up in the air on your feet, if you land funny, does it hurt your feet?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Wow.
They said.
It's absolutely delightful to watch you. We all want to get in there in the studio with you and do it with you.
Okay, so you guys like to do with us right now?
Oh, probably not that. No, we couldn't keep up with you.
That's okay, no worries. I hope you guys like it, and everybody, thank you very much for watching us, and happy Seniors Week, everybody. God bless everybody.
Thank you so very much. Thank you very, very much. It was wonderful to watch you. Have a lovely rest of your day and enjoy your dance lesson. Take care.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, folks, that was absolutely amazing. That was Young Bhangra Calgary Dance School. So our last presentation of the evening will be taking place at 4:30, and that is Intergenerational Key Fit with special guest coach Tracy from Frimpong from Lunar Play Kids. So see you in a couple of minutes. Go stretch and get a drink after all that energetic exercise. With Lunar Play Kids, and I asked Tracy to come along and do some intergenerational exercises, so something that you could actually do with your grandchildren. So welcome, Tracy. It's lovely to have you here.
Hello, everyone. Nice to see you all. So yeah, had some technical difficulties, but we're back, and I'm excited to be here. So just a little bit about me. My name is Tracy Frimpong, and I teach kids programs here in Chestermere. But I'm also an adult yoga and wellness instructor, and I just love movement and people and fun. So this workout is going to be lots of fun. So if you wanted to keep it serious today, you might need to go somewhere else. All right, we're going to laugh, we're going to smile, we're going to make the movement fun. So I want you to grab your water bottle if you don't have one. I'm realizing that I forgot mine's upstairs. So I'm just gonna run and grab my water bottle, and we'll start in about a minute or two. I have about 15 minutes here of movement for us. All right, so go ahead, get your water bottle. Bare feet's probably okay.
And Aman, I hope you're still with us and your wonderful ladies are with us, because maybe they could try some of this kind of exercise. And thank you, Gran, for sticking with us all day. Chelsea, are you going to show yourself so you can do this exercise with us?
I am kind of a mess. Okay, I'll start my video.
Come on, look at the state of me.
There we go.
Well, I've got my water bottle, but it's empty.
Oh no.
It's fine, it's fine. So I've managed to get our amazing high tea host on here as well, because I figured out that we need to see her doing some exercise.
Oh, nice.
She's going to kill me afterwards. But this is intergenerational. We have your gran here, Chelsea.
Yep.
So intergenerational, absolutely.
All right. Well, hopefully you guys are ready. I'm gonna have to play the music from my computer. So how does that sound? Can you guys hear that music? Oh.
Very, very quiet.
No, it's because I have to use my laptop since I have to use my phone for this. Let me think. This won't connect to the speaker, will it? Try my Okay. How was that? Do you hear that?
Very faint. It's gone a bit quiet again. Yeah, the music went quite quiet.
Can't hear that?
No.
Oh my gosh, it's super loud on my side. Okay, well.
Yeah, nothing. You know what? Don't worry. Maybe you can just show us some exercises without that, and then eventually, when we can have you in person, we absolutely will.
Okay, sounds good. All right, so let's go ahead and start standing. We're gonna go ahead and get a little warmed up before we really start our workout. Make sure you guys can all see my body. So go ahead and stand up. Make sure you have a lot of space around you. All right, and we're gonna start by doing little steps just like this, nice and slow. You can swing your arms a bit if that feels good. Stay on those toes. Nice job. Maybe you want to bring your knees a little higher. Nice. All right, so for this workout today, I want you to find the position, or the pace, I should say, that's going to work for you. So you could go nice and low here. You could go a little higher, or maybe you wanted to run. All right. So for maybe if you have any toddlers doing this class, you know they also have lots of energy, so you can get them to really run it out. That's it. 5 more seconds here. All right, and stop. Okay, let's try. Let's get our arms out nice and wide, feet wide. All right, and let's see if you can take one hand, come all the way across. All right, so you can just bend just a little and twist. All right, so this is kind of the first stage, and this is perfect. If you're here, that's all right. Nice. Maybe you want to go a little farther. All right, try a little farther if you'd like. And maybe you want to go all the way down. Totally your choice. Kind of choose what's going to work for you. And always remember to, during our fun workout here, you can always grab a drink anytime. All right, last one. Keep breathing. And stop. Okay, now we're going to see if we can do some steps to the side. All right, so you're going to step, touch, step, touch, open, close here. All right, maybe you want to move your arms, whatever feels good. I have the music here on my end, so I'll just pretend like you guys can hear it. It's kind of like a little dance step. Step, touch. Nice. All right. Now can you step, touch somewhere else in the room? Maybe you turn around, you step, touch to the back. Now take your time here. Ooh, just a little quick, getting our hearts racing. Now, if you wanted to go a little more, you could always jump, stop, tap. Just like this, you're actually gonna jump and push off that leg. Whew, but remember, maybe you're just right here. Here is good. Nice. 2 more. 1 and 2. Okay, stop. Whew, let's see if we can reach our arms all the way above our head. Now, I did say I was a yoga teacher too, so you know I had to include a little bit of breathing. And exhale, arms down. Nice. Okay, we're gonna see if we can go bring our legs out, in, out, in, out, in. And now as you get used to the move here, it's kind of like a dance move, right? I like to make my workouts kind of dance and make them fun. All right, as you're going out, in. Maybe when you come in, you're a little bit lower. And when you go out, then you're lower as you come in. Out, standing up tall. In. All right. If you want a little more, out, in, out, in, out, in, out, in. It takes a bit of coordination, doesn't it? Out, in. All right, 2 more. Nice job. Okay. Whew. I think our hearts are beating pretty fast now. Maybe if you need a drink, don't have to wait for me to tell you. You can always get a drink at any time. All right. Okay. So what's going to happen is we are going to do 3 exercises now that we're nice and warm. And each exercise is going to be about 30 seconds. Now, of course, you can go as slow or as fast as you like. And the first move we're going to do is a squat. All right, so I'm going to turn to the side so you can see me. We're going to see if you can bend your knees and your bums and go all the way back. All right, maybe you just bend a little and you just go right here. This could feel really good on the hips still, or maybe you go a little deeper. Nice, try to keep your back nice and straight. Or maybe you want to go even deeper, like you're actually sitting in a chair. Your hands can kind of be out in front. Kind of helps me balance. But if there's another position that works for your arms, nice, just nice, slowly bends. There you go, working on the quads. Woo, maybe you can go faster if you like. Nice. Couple more squats. Time. Okay. Now, one of my favorite things to do for rest is to shake. Now, I don't know. There's just something about shaking that releases some stress. So we're going to do something a little silly. So for our rest times, we're going to shake. So ready? So just start by shaking just one hand. And then go ahead. See if you can begin to wobble the whole arm, kind of like it's jelly. And then take the other hand, shake it. I know it feels weird. It's okay. It's like when you're on one of those machines at the gym that kind of shake you around. So maybe now you're shaking your shoulders. All right. You can be silly. It's okay. I can't see you. And maybe now you're beginning to shake your legs. That's it. And then just shake. So we're releasing the muscles. You can begin to walk and shake. All right. And stop. Okay. Let's do the next exercise. The next exercise is arm circles. So what's going to happen here? So we're going to take our arms, move them all the way back, and then forwards. Now take your time. Try to keep your elbows as straight as possible. Forwards, all the way back. Nice. Keep going. There you go. Now, if you wanted a challenge, what you could do is you could have one arm going forward, and then you could have the other arm going back. That's your challenge of the day. It's a bit tricky, this one. So again, this might be enough. You might hear some cracks, but if you want it to be silly, you could try the right arm going forward and then the other arm going back. Let's do one more circle. And rest. Okay, it's time for that shake break. All right, so ready? Just begin to shake your legs, shake your arms, shake your shoulders, loosen it all up. Yeah, that's it. Let yourself shake all that energy. Shake, shake, shake. And 3, 2, 1. All right, nice. Okay, our next exercise is step backs. So we're going to stand like this and step back with one leg. Bring the leg forwards. Step back with the other leg. Bring the leg forwards. And then you just keep going. All right, I can kind of do running arms, or I can just keep my hands down, whatever feels good. Maybe you step back a little farther, just whatever's good for you. Go to your fitness level. All right, or maybe you are switching. So, I heard that we might have some kids joining us. So if there's any kids, or anyone that's feeling super strong today, you can switch like this. But again, right here, this takes a lot of coordination. Keep going. There's only 5 seconds left. 3, 2, 1, and stop. All right, good work. Whew. You can feel our hearts. They might be beating super fast. Just notice if you're beating super fast. All right, we got one more exercise. It's kind of like a bonus. All right, so we're going to kind of put some of the moves we were working on this whole time. We're going to put them together. So we're going to do our step to the side, step in, step to the side, step in, and you can add the arms. All right, so you can bring your arms up as you step out and then in. Step out and then in. All right, this is a great place to stay at. If you want a bit more, you could do a full jumping jack, right? So out, and these are one of my favorite exercises. But again, this is really good. There you go. 3, 2, and 1, and stop. Okay, one final shake break. Okay, it's okay. It's okay if you feel a little silly. I know I feel silly when I'm doing the shake breaks, but I always feel so released after. You gotta release those muscles. So go ahead and take your hands. Just start off with the hands nice and light. Be gentle with your body. All right, this is our last shake, so you gotta give her. Okay, go ahead, shake your elbows. All right, shake your shoulders. And now just begin to shake your legs. Maybe you step as you shake. Maybe you shake your head. Shake, 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 shake. You can imagine you're listening to the music that I'm listening to. Shake, 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 shake. 3, 2, 1. Oh, really good. All right. So we're going to do some stretches just to end here, just to end. So I forgot to say this earlier, but if you have a chair, that would be really helpful. All right. So I'm going to go grab my chair. If you have one, grab one. If not, there'll be ways that you can do it without the chair. All right. So if you have a chair, you're going to stand far, a little bit away from the chair. Keep your hands on the handle. Step all the way back and see if you can slowly, I'm going to move a little bit more into the camera, just slowly bend over at the hips. And maybe as you go down, you might feel a stretch in the back of the shoulders. A soft bend in your knees. Maybe you bring it down a little more. You can also stay up here with no chair. You could just bend forward as much as you can. Maybe allowing your body to come all the way down to touch your toes. Stop it wherever felt comfortable for you. All right, we'll take one more breath. And exhale, slowly begin to walk forwards. Be gentle. All right, so we'll do one more. So if you have the chair, you can hang on to it. All right, and see if we can sit down. All right, and maybe you can bend and just slightly come forwards. So you can't see my feet. So I'll just show you. This will be our last stretch. Okay, so I have my heels down on the ground and my toes are facing up. And maybe I slowly begin to fold over. This might give me a stretch in the back of the legs, keeping my spine nice and long. All right, maybe you go a little more. You begin to just feel that gentle stretch without a chair. Same thing, you would fold all the way over, or you could sit down on the ground and do the same thing. Just lean forwards. We did a lot into the legs. We want to make sure we stretch them out. All right, couple more breaths. Whenever you're ready, if you're sitting down, you can stand up. And that was the last stretch I have for you guys. So how are we doing? How was it all, Gran? How was it? Good. How are you feeling, Aman?
That was great. That was really good. That was something I'd love to have you do in person at some point.
Oh yes, then you guys can hear my cool music I have back here. I like to make sure that we shake to the drum beats, and it's such a good release and stress reliever.
Yeah, absolutely. No, that was absolutely fantastic. I think we needed that. We needed to finish the day off with some exercise, because I know Chelsea and I have been at the screen all day, and I know Gran has been here all day as well.
Wow, Gran, how has it been for you, this experience? Good. So happy to hear. Awesome. Thanks for dealing with all my technical issues. I so appreciate being invited to this event. And if you have another one, please let me know. It was really fun. And yeah, mostly I teach kids, but you know what? I think I wouldn't mind to teach seniors either. You guys seem pretty fun.
Okay, I will be in touch. Thank you so very much for taking the time to come on this and work with us this afternoon. I really appreciate it, Tracy.
No problem. Namaste.
Okay, look after yourselves. Okay, that's it, folks. Hope you can join us for tomorrow for the closing ceremony, which starts at 6:15, and we will have special guest Councillor Ryan. We will have the Lions Club and then some entertainment. Okay, have a fantastic evening, and thank you for staying with us all day. Goodbye.